Hello. So this is usually the most busy time for live streams of the week, and Paul Vanderklay often streams at 10, and he didn't. And Grimm often streams around this time, but he hasn't. Um, and so I was like sitting there waiting for my streams, which didn't come on. So here I am. There's a link in the chat. Uh, Unless there's something I'm missing. Am I not seeing the streams that are existing? Ich weiß nicht. That's Yiddish for I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for, but it's been 20 minutes since he was supposed to start. Is he starting one at 11? He usually starts his streams at 10. By the way, if you've never had smoked Gouda is good. Weren't much on Discord for him to start with. Life might have happened. What good is real life when you could be spending it on the internet? You should come on, Grim. I would share my smoked Gouda with you, but Gartham says Wisconsin has the best smoked Gouda. Where is this smoked Gouda from? Lucerne Dairy Farms since 1904. I don't know where Lucerne Dairy Farms. Pleasanton, California. I saw he put your video of Nahama's video on his video. That was funny. Nahama supposedly, I mean, I gave her. She has one of the admin seats on my live stream, but part of the problem with Nahama streaming right now on my stream, and she can do whatever she wants on her own stuff, but like I don't feel comfortable her streaming from Israel on my channel on the Sabbath. Grim is setting up for the Reaper harvest. When is the Reaper harvest going to be? Putting her video through my video, let him show the comment where he said he subbed her chan. 60 to 90 minutes. Well, when you want to start, let me know and I'll shut down the stream. There's only like 5 people watching. I guess people have real life things to do. Or is there like news? Did something happen and I missed it here in California? Donald Trump has been indicted. Stupid. Biden to Russia. An U.S. detained journalist let him go. I care what Biden has to say. Pope to leave hospital after eating pizza for dinner. Gartham!
Hello. Dang it, I keep doing this. I've got 2 spots to plug in my headphones, and it's my computer or the speakers. And I keep forgetting that whenever I come on here, I got to put in the speakers. Anyway, you were talking about Trump?
He got indicted. It's really, really dumb. The Democrats are working very hard to make him the Republican nominee because he's the only person they could possibly beat. And so
honestly,
aren't you cold in that t-shirt?
I'm in a warm house. Also, it really has been warming up recently in Minnesota. Like, really warming up. The snow is like... Actually, it just rained yesterday.
It rained here yesterday, too.
In California?
Well, I mean, March rains isn't weird. Although, yeah, it's been wetter than usual. Cassandra says, all of Grimm's streams sound mildly terrifying. He is very terrifying. So, Garth, what do you want to talk about?
Actually, something that I did want to ask about was the, you have the thing on your channel, which is the Halakhic Man, right?
Yeah, so we had a book, what do we call it? My brain will start working. Book club. We have a Halakhic Man book club, yes.
Okay. Because, anyway. So what inspired you to start doing the book club for this particular book?
Oh, that was completely Elijah's doing. Elijah, the Clown of Babylon, he contacted me. He said he wanted to do a book club for Halakhic Man, and I was like, okay. That is not the book I would have picked. It is possibly one of the most difficult books that somebody who's not Jewish could possibly pick. And
okay.
Yeah, it's like, it's very few Jews have read it or have the capacity to read it, because so Halakhic Man is a book that was originally written, I believe, in the 40s by Rabbi Dov Ber Soloveitchik, and it was, so Rabbi Soloveitchik was a very prominent Orthodox rabbi who was very well read in European philosophy. And so he writes this book, which becomes kind of like and it's not even a whole book. It was like a long article, but it became a manifesto for what's now referred to as modern Orthodox Judaism, which is a synthesis between all of human knowledge and Judaism. It's a very grand project. And so Halakhic Man is like this monument to being someone who knows like Kierkegaard and all of these philosophers, which I actually have not read myself, in addition to the Rav, who was, this great Talmudic scholar of all Jewish knowledge. And so, like, this is considered a synthesis of all of Judaism and all of Western and possibly human thought. And it's incredibly difficult stuff. And Elijah's like, hey, how about we have a book club? I'm like, well, okay. But Sandy seems to have really been enjoying the book, and Ben seems to really be enjoying the book, and people are watching, so yeah.
Huh. Interesting. I'm reading just a very brief description about this book. Halakhic Man is the classic work of modern Jewish and religious thought by the 12th or 20th century's preeminent Orthodox Jewish theologian and Talmudic scholar. It is a profound excursion into religious psychology and phenomenology, a pioneering attempt at a philosophy of halacha,
Yeah.
And a stringent critique of mysticism and romantic religion.
Right. So part of what makes it so difficult to read is that, in fact, it is a kind of manifesto for a particular. So imagine. Okay, let me try to give you an analogy. Imagine a very prominent evangelical, let's say Baptist, or let's say Reformed, right? Reformed theologian writes the thing is, it's not even possible to talk about it in those terms, because it's like he's synthesizing Western philosophy,
yep,
and making a particular argument on behalf of a particular way of understanding Orthodox Judaism, because the Rav was the scion of the Briskers, and Brisk is a very particular mahalach, we call it, way within Orthodox Judaism. And so, I mean, it's very particular to the Rav. And I have to say, okay, so we call him the Rav, meaning the rabbi.
Okay.
He is like almost universally in the United States. If you say the Rav, you're talking about Rabbi Soloveitchik, right?
Okay, so it's referring to like one very, very prominent particular rabbi.
Yes, and
okay.
this is his magnum opus. This is what is known as being kind of his, what do they call it? Cri the cur, a cry from his heart of how he was synthesizing his philosophy.
Okay.
I mean, it's interesting. It's one of the very few books I have read twice, and while it's actually in many ways a critique of Chabad's philosophy, and I am more in the Chabad camp. It's beautifully done, and he's masterful, and the Rav was the Rav, but like a bunch of Gentiles and some not very involved Jews sitting around reading Halakhic Man, like I don't even understand how this book group performed, but yeah, it is what it is.
It's like more Jews should be reading this book.
Well, see, this is the thing. Like, so Rabbi Mullet, he comes on my channel every once in a while. Like, he's the type of person who should be, I think, should be engaging with Halakhic Man, but he hasn't read it. Like, okay. It's not like it's what every, I mean, if you go to Yeshiva University, which is basically the Ravs, like, it's the seminary where the people who love Rabbi Soloveitchik, like, yeah, everybody in Yeshiva University has read it, but it's kind of like, okay, imagine the type of book that, I don't know, let's say Fuller Theological Seminary, everybody there reads, and then like having a bunch of people in China read it, and it's like, do you even understand what's going on here?
I feel like this would be something where it's like C.S. Lewis, because most Christians have read like at least like one or two C.S. Lewis books, because that's how prominent C.S. Lewis is. And then you have like people over in China then reading C.S. I feel like C.S. Lewis might be the equivalent to the example you're trying to give. Maybe.
Okay. The problem is very few Jews have read the Halachic Man.
Okay. All right.
Very few knowledgeable. It's very niche. Yeshiva University is one university in New York that is the home of modern Orthodox Judaism. PBK generally says Chesed correctly. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
No, it's like Dutch Reformed and Do Your Word. I have no idea what Do Your Word is. Oh,
I'm
Do
assuming-
Your Word is an author, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's the last name.
Yes.
And actually, another equivalent could be, what is it? Johann Arndt in Lutheran.
Okay, something like that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because actually, I just borrowed. What is it? I just borrowed this book from my dad. So this is like Johann Arndt is like this figure who's like very, very influential in Lutheran theology. And he also was, I think he may have been one of the pioneers of like the Pietist movement. But Johann Arndt's True Christian. Oh, the light's terrible. But
Okay.
it's called Johann Arndt's True Christianity. And it's, what was it? He was a person who, what was it? He was, what was it? He was in a reformed country, and he refused to accept the reformed theology. And so, you know, it's something like that. That his history is very vague to me, but he's like just very prominent, like early Protestant figure.
There is an airplane flying over Andrew's head.
Look, 4chan is going to come and find the direction that the plane is flying and look at the trails and see where it is, and they'll track where you are, Andrew. Sorry, I don't know if you've heard of those stories before, but it's like people on the internet, like, you know, they just can do crazy stuff like that. Like, they're like, oh.
Well, I mean, okay, so, I mean, all you have to do, he is outside. So if you look at the precise angle of the shadows and you know the precise time, which requires you to know the delay on StreamYard, by the way.
That's
but
right.
if you figure that out, you can actually, with some precision, like get his longitude. And so, the internet does stuff like that, which I actually. So this is part of the thing that like makes me hopeful about our society not falling into the stupidity that it could. Did you watch the Jordan Peterson clip that apparently just came out about how many gods?
Oh, no. I thought you were about to say the one where it was the little clip about porn.
Oh, the Prager one?
Yeah,
Actually,
the one that like blew up the internet.
Well,
Or at least the religious part of the internet, I guess.
Yeah, so sometimes I go on, I have one of my rants and they're very, and I'm like, why did I do that? And then I have my rants and they're pretty successful. And so my half an hour rant about the sick and twisted legalism of Christian life, if you haven't seen it, Father Stephen actually commented on it. Yep, I agree. Which was like, oh, okay. And it has a bunch of likes. And afterward, like, even during it, I kind of felt bad about how critical I was of Christianity and stuff. But Luke apparently really loved it. Several people seem to have really liked that rant of mine. So yeah.
I actually
I liked it.
Oh, I caught like the last like couple minutes of it because I was at work, and I actually caught it live. And I thought you were doing like just a stream that I would just, you know, plug in and listen to. But I'll go back and listen to it because I've got to run some errands today. So while I'm in the car, I'll listen to it. But it's like I probably would agree with it because like legalism to me was like not the whole reason, but partially of the reason how I got disenchanted with Christianity. So it's like, yeah.
So, okay. Did you watch Cassandra liked it? Did you watch Paul Vanderklay's response to the clip about porn on Jordan Peterson?
Yes. Yep. I remember I did watch it.
Okay. Now, do you remember the clip he put at the end about the thing that he seemed to have thought is wonderful, which I find absolutely grotesque and monstrous, which is Josephite marriage? Do you know what Josephite marriage is?
You know what? I heard it and I'm like, what? I mean, I looked it up afterwards and I was like, it's basically a marriage where the couple does not engage in any sexual activity. Although I'm assuming that it would only be sex like until you have for children, but then after that there's like no sex at all.
No. So okay, this is what Josephite marriage is. If you get divorced, which Roman Catholic Church does not allow, and you get remarried, then if you want to receive communion, they will allow you to receive communion if you take a vow not to have sex with your wife.
Oh, okay. So this is for a remarriage.
Yes.
Huh.
So, yes, if you are in your second marriage, you stop having sex with your second wife, and then they'll give you communion.
Interesting. Okay.
Phlebas says, Father Stephen loves bashing Protestant legalism. On the other hand, he was quite clear he'd never give Sam communion. He's got his rules too. Yeah, but look, I mean, I am not against rules. I believe in halacha. I believe in Jewish law. I think what has led Christianity into these monstrosities of legalism is a supposed rejection of legalism, which leads you to not actually think things through and not actually apply the law in a reasonable manner. Because if you actually care about both the letter and the spirit of the law, you realize that the reason we have marriage is it says it is not good for man to be alone, right? This is what the Bible says. It is right that God gave man a helpmate because it is not good for man to be alone, and that's why people get married. Genesis. And then you have a divorce, right? And obviously, like Jesus says, divorce is not a good thing and people should not get divorced. And divorce exists because of the hardness of our hearts and all that, right? So, yes, people should not get divorced. But what Christians do is like, oh, yeah, Jesus said don't get divorced. So no divorces. And then they end up in these weird, crazy situations where this man is married to 2 women and still celibate and alone. And it's like, okay, this is you twisting things into all kinds of weird grotesques because you refuse to accept God's mercy in allowing divorce.
Yeah, it's a hidden part of the marriage crisis, definitely.
Well, yeah, a man being married to 2 women while being married to neither one of them, yes, that's definitely not enforced monogamy. I'll put you that one.
No, I mean not allowing divorce in general. You know?
I mean, it's better if we didn't have if if people are getting divorced. I mean, serial monogamy is ridiculous, and that's what we have. Like anybody gets, like people get divorced, and it's no big deal. And it's like, no, getting divorced is a big deal, and it should be a big deal.
Mm.
At the same time, it's, I mean, I don't have all the answers, but the Torah does, and it would be nice if Christians actually listen to the Torah. Like Luke says, didn't Father Stephen say that it was scholasticism? I think that's part of it. His comment that you pinned, pretty much agree. This is a byproduct of Western Christianity's understanding of Revelation as propositional and evangelicalism's tenet of. I guess I could actually pull up my own video, couldn't I? My channel and the sick and twisted legalism of Christianity, of Christian life. Share. Pull it up. So this is the video where I was ranting, and this is what Father Stephen wrote. Pretty much agree. This is a byproduct of Western Christianity's understanding of Revelation as propositional and evangelicalism's tenet of salvation by ascent. It produces pathologies like this. At some point, I'll go through Romans 7 with you. And then he got into a little fight he shouldn't have gotten into with Claire. Father Stephen is. I like Father Stephen. I feel very much like a kindred soul with him. But yeah, what do you want to say, Garth or Andrew?
I guess I'm just making sure I get the right words for this, because something I have been thinking about, it's like, so part of this thought is in what was it? There was a video in your Discord where it was a rabbi that was responding to the Jordan Peterson, Dennis Prager porn clip, right?
Yes.
And so what he talked about in and which I really liked, that was excellent. It's like I could easily agree with everything that he said there. So, hey, Luke.
I agree with what the rabbi said, and I'll find the thing and link it. But I agreed with what the rabbi said. I just think that it was a lot easier for the rabbi to be far more careful in his speech than Prager at the time. And I don't think the rabbi, and I put the link in the thing. Where'd Luke go? I don't think he quite understood the context of the criticism of Christianity, which I think Prager was making, which was necessary to make. And so you have all these Christians in the rabbi's comment, kind of being like, yeah, you told Prager, and it's like, no, it's not like the rabbi disagrees with Prager that lust and adultery are two different things, and if you are lusting instead of adultery, that's better than that's not. Lust and adultery are not equivalent. And no, you don't have to read Jesus as being an idiot, but many Christians have for thousands of years. Yes, Luke.
Hey.
Hello.
I had to get on a browser. I try to use Brave browser, but nothing works on Brave when you try to do stuff like this.
Really? I'm on Brave right now.
Are you? Well, you probably have all your allowances set up where you're allow access to your mic and camera and all that stuff.
Yes. Okay, so yes, that's correct. Like whenever I go into stream StreamYard, it's like, yeah, I have to press the thing that says allow mic and camera every time I come in. So
Yeah.
Before we start in on the sick and twisted legalism of Christianity, what are your thoughts about smoked Gouda?
It's delicious.
Okay, you may speak.
Have you ever had pepper jack?
Oh.
It's also good.
Yeah.
Have you ever had Limburger cheese?
Yes.
I've actually really started to like goat cheese and goat brie.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
yes. I love that goat. I love goat milk and I love goat cheese. I
good with
love
crackers.
that goaty flavor.
I haven't had goat milk.
I mean, just like think about that like goat
you almost
flavor that you get in goat cheese, except just in but except like in milk.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So one of
Super random thought. I think when us Christians talk about like equivalence of sins, it's a misunderstanding of the centrality of original sin. That's what I think.
like for example,
Like,
I think I understand what you're saying.
mhm.
No, it's not. It's not a question of example. It's like all sin ultimately, like in the garden, there was one sin,
Mhm.
right? And so all other sin is, in fact, an instantiation, a hypostasis, if you will, of
The
that
original sin.
part original sin.
it's in resonance with that initial act. I mean, it's kind of all the same. It kind of all has the same nature. So, well, an aside related to that. So, Jason, our mutual friend Jason Jacob, he recently dropped onto this Islamic website, which I messaged you about because or YouTube channel, which is Khalil, which I guess it got shut down. Whatever.
Well, Khalil. Okay, so Khalil was involved in a custody battle, and because Khalil is a recent convert from being a materialist atheist to Islam, and he has like a bunch of baby mamas, and one of his baby mamas accused him of sexually assaulting one of his daughters, and he ended up pleading guilty, and he's going to prison. And frankly, as far as everything that I have seen, is it's just normal bullshit of our system mistreating a recent convert to Islam. And so I've kind of sort of been going to bat with for Khalil on this, because I'm sorry, if you know anything about our legal system, like sexual allegations during a custody battle that end up with somebody going to prison are just ridiculous. And I don't believe for a minute that Khalil actually, and it's supposedly he pleaded guilty to 3rd-degree sexual battery, and it's like, of his own daughter, F you. But whatever. Go ahead, Luke.
Yeah. So that's all complicated, I guess. Or not maybe not complicated, but unfortunate and beside the point. So Jason was on there, and it's interesting. It made me think a lot of things. It made me think of the value of being a minority in a majority context, because you can just learn a lot of things because you are not setting the tone and the boundaries and all that sort of thing. I mean, kind of similar to you and the little corner, I suppose. Or
this is part of the thing. You know, Paul says, I say horrible things about his religion. And I do. I do say horrible things about Christianity that a lot of Christians are like, how could you say anything like that? And that's completely understandable when you as a Christian don't read your Bible and don't realize you're constantly berating my religion and with absolutely horrible and unconscionable mischaracterizations of it,
Yeah.
which is the entirety of the writings of Paul.
Yeah. And so I don't know. I was really loving that whole. It's one of your things. It's like a 5-hour long live stream or something crazy like that. Which I finally got to where Jason was talking, and I've been telling him privately, but I'll say it on here too because it's publicly. That guy is just a beautiful human being, and
Jason, he
Yeah.
is. He is.
And-
That's why I asked him. That's why my Bible study is specifically with him, because I want to study the Bible with Jason because he has a love and knowledge of the Bible that I simply don't have. And I envy.
He definitely has that, but he also has one of the things that I most loved about him, and I told him this. I said, what you were doing on that podcast or on that live stream was, I said, the best example. It's a perfect example to me of what it means to be evangelical in the positive sense, because but he wasn't proselytizing at all, because all of those guys, I mean, that's one thing I didn't like about it, is they are all like extreme conversionists. They're just like, why don't you become Islam, read the Quran, do, like, they're just trying to get them to be, Muslim as hard as they could be, which on one hand I understand that, but I don't even like that with Christians because it's just not how people work. But Jason just has this humility about him where he's very much like, I don't know what I think about things. I don't know what this means. I don't know what you mean. Like, what do you mean by that? He has just this incredible honesty with where he's really at with things, and then an openness to learning a lot more. Like, it would be impossible to argue the typical kind of debate apologetics that people do and that happen online. You can't do with somebody like Jason because he's just not playing that game. And it's fantastic. I really love it, which it's kind of related to. This is why I said in the comments somewhere that I'd love to talk to Father Stephen and Sam about Father Stephen not giving him communion. I think there's a lot that could be said around that statement. Because I don't for a second think that Sam isn't a Christian. And
okay, but see, this is the thing, and Phlebas was kind of he was Father Stephen talks a big community game, but he's got rules. Wait till Anathema Sunday.
Yeah.
And so, okay, so when I went to this rabbi, I go to his house because he's always been incredibly kind to me. His father married my parents and circumcised me. And he lives in Los Angeles, and I've been close to his family for many, many years. And so every year on Purim, I go to their house. And last year, by mistake, I took a bottle of non-mavushal wine to their house. And just to explain what non-mavushal wine is, it's wine that that can be used for sacramental purposes. And because of that, if a Jew who is not observant like me, or somebody who's not Jewish touches it, an open bottle of it, it ceases to be kosher, right? So I took it to their house and I said to his wife, "Oh, I'm sorry, this isn't mavushal, so you can't serve it while I'm here." And she's like, "Yaakov, like, how can you say that? Like, how can you tell me I can't serve this wine while you're here because you would make it non-kosher?" And I was like, "No, you don't understand, Rebbitzin. There's something to that. There is. Because there's something about the Jewish community having a halachic status. I could tell so many stories about this. Okay, I'm gonna tell this other story. So the Rebbe, he rarely cried in public, almost never. I can count on my fingers how many times he cried in public. He was in his 90s, and he spoke in public constantly for 50 years. He was Rebbe. He got a letter once, and he read it out to the gathered Hasidim from one of his Hasidim who was in a gulag because he was religious. And in the gulags in Russia, they made you work on the Sabbath. And so this Chassid, his question to the Rebbe was, he had been able to, so in gulags, they didn't actually give you food. Your family had to send you food to the gulag, okay? And he had gotten, so he had grapes, which he could turn into grape juice, which would not be mavushal, meaning that since he was working on the Sabbath, it wasn't kosher. Or he could have made kiddush on bread. And his question to the Rebbe was, Rebbe, do I make kiddush on this non-mavushal wine, on this grape juice, that I, as somebody who has to work in a gulag on the Sabbath, am making not kosher, right? Or do I make it on the bread? And the Rebbe read this letter to the Hasidim, and he cried. He didn't answer it. And what Rebbetzin Davidi wanted, and what a lot of people want, is for the Rebbe to say, no, it's fine. Of course, you can drink the wine, right? And it's like, no, you can't do that. You just can't cheapen it. And that's where I understand where Paul and his admiration for the Josephite, because yes, it means something really beautiful about the soul of that man who agreed, even though he was in his second wife, he agreed he wanted to be celibate in order to get communion. And that says something about his love for God, right? And so you can't completely discount the necessity for having a closed table, for saying these are the boundaries and we are going to abide by them. And it's difficult. So I don't think it's empty legalism for Father Stephen to say, okay, in order for me to give you communion, you have to agree to our creeds. You have to say, I believe in the Trinity in the way that our church does. And I mean, I'm sorry if I'm rambling. I hope all of that comes together somehow.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I understand that. I'm not even advocating for a completely open communion, because I do think I think boundaries are inevitable and they're enforced. Like, what makes, even physically, materially, what makes my body and not some other body is the boundaries. But then how those boundaries work, I think, are, especially when it comes to something like communion and saying what is the boundary of the church, I think is where I'd like to have more conversation and how those things are discerned. Because I think that gets to be a lot more complicated. I don't think the boundaries of the church are predominantly governed by and dictated by self-identity to propositions.
I agree with you, and I think that's actually what Father Stephen clarified for me very much in his discussion with Sam. I learned a lot in that video about how Father Stephen he views his connection to his church, which is, okay, this is my community. And yeah, there's that guy who comes every week, hasn't been baptized, isn't taking communion. And then there are the people who, hey Chad, there are, and then there are people who they were baptized as kids and they come once a year and do take communion. And who's more of a member of a church? Same thing with like the local Mormon church. There are Mormons who are official members of the church. I go every week. They don't. They go almost never, right? But these are the complexities of living life before the Messiah comes.
Yeah. Well, so like, and I mean, Andrew's here, right? Are you so you're a
I'm a catechumen.
monophysitist, right? Miaphysitist.
Yep.
Yeah. So like that topic, for example, let's just take that as an example. I don't know what I think about that topic. Like, I don't know what my opinion is on Chalcedon. I have no idea. One of the things that's most interesting to me about the Jordan Daniel Wood conversation, and there's even been some communication between Oriental Orthodox Church and Orthodox churches about this recently. Like, there hasn't been another council, but my base level understanding of it, as a recent convert also, so with a grain of salt, is charitably it's semantics. And so it's like, and if pressed with what I know, if I had to say which side I lean to, it would probably be the Miaphysitist site. So like, and why that is, I mean, I don't know. It's complicated. But yet at the same time, this is where Sam and I are different. At the same time, I have no problem going to my local Orthodox parish in my community, the closest one to my house, and saying the Chalcedonian Nicene Creed. I have no problem saying that, because I also know this is kind of what Jordan Daniel Wood said about being a Neo-Chalcedonian. What part of what being a Neo-Chalcedonian is affirming Chalcedon, but saying, I don't know what that means. It's having in my own vernacular, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about iconic thinking. Iconic thinking is relating to your own ideas and opinions in a way that doesn't make them static and then associating your egoic self-identity to those static opinions.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to an East Orthodox church?
Yeah.
I'd say remain a Diophysite. Keep in line with your church's tradition, instead of trying to identify with the Miaphysite position. Because I say that partially because it could be a linguistic difference, in which case you would want to be part of your church's tradition instead of trying to use a different church's language. And also, we're not really, dyed in the wool theologians, right? Like you and I. And this whole conflict isn't going to be resolved with us. So it's best if we both act genuine from our own traditions, and we'll resolve genuinely, I hope. This is why the Assyriac Orthodox, the Church of the East, although the Copts and the Assyriacs are like diametrically opposed, like the split at Ephesus is because of the Assyriacs and the Copts going at each other. They still appreciate us being totally within our tradition and clinging to the Miaphysite language.
So, Phlebas, you are so much showing your Protestant orientation, which at this, like, it's kind of funny to me. So Father Stephen dropped in on my Hebrew Bible study from Wednesday.
It's great.
And yeah, and I told him about Rabbi Safranovich. Rabbi Safranovich was from a small splinter group from Chabad. Okay, so and that small splinter group is called the Angels. They're called Malachim. And in the Jewish community, like Reform, conservative, whatever flavor of Orthodox, right? Anybody who needed a scribe in Los Angeles, Rabbi Safranovich was the scribe. And when I would say to people, oh, you know, he's a malach, he's a member of this group, Angels, which nobody knew. I would say he's an angel. People would be like, yes, he is an angel, not understanding that I was like talking about his affiliation, right? And Rabbi Safranovich, like everybody had respect for him. Everybody trusted him. He was the one that the Reform synagogues took their Torah scrolls to see if it's kosher, and he made that decision. And everybody took their mezuzahs and their phylacteries and everything to be, but he wasn't the most knowledgeable theologian, right? He wasn't the guy who sat there and told you about, like gave these profound speeches. Honestly, he spoke at a friend of mine was getting engaged, and he was very close to Rabbi Safranovich, and he asked Rabbi Safranovich to come speak. He said something okay, like it didn't blow you over with his grand speech, right? Because he was a scribe. He spent his day, like I went to his house once. He had a mikvah, a ritual bath, installed in the basement of his house because he spent most of his days writing Torah scrolls, right? And every time he would write the Tetragrammaton, he would go first and get baptized and come back and write the scroll, right? So he's just copying Torah the whole time. And in order to become a scribe, you spend at least a couple of years copying the same 2 paragraphs out of the mezuzah over and over and over again, right? A Protestant mentality tells you that's not religiosity. That's legalism, or that's empty, or that's, you know what that is? That's holiness. That's devotion. That's the opposite of the sin of the tree, where where God tells you don't and you do because you want knowledge, because you want to be like God.
Garth, you unmuted yourself.
I did, yeah. So I had just learned about like the Torah scribes and what it takes when I went to the Bible Museum in DC. And they showed basically, like how much practice it takes in order to make one of these scrolls, right? It's like I don't know. I would almost push back a little bit. It's like I don't know if Protestants would necessarily like look down upon that. I think the opposite, maybe.
I hope so, but at the same time, like how Protestant is it to sit there for 2 years and copy the same 2 paragraphs of the Bible over and over and over again? Isn't that rote and liturgy and like it's what?
Well, Protestants aren't against liturgy. I mean, some might be. I mean, it depends.
Iconoclasm, though, that's the problem. I
There's-
think the main
yeah.
problem with
Oh, okay.
Protestantism
agree.
is the iconoclasm.
I agree.
Yeah, and the calligraphy. I mean, when it comes down to it, it's part of being a scribe is the calligraphy. It's not just the meaning of the words. It's not just the meaning of those words.
Well, that's part of this. I don't know what, and I'll use this word because I don't know a better word. I understand this word is even being debated and reinterpreted, but Gnosticism, the kind of living in the abstract idea of the meaning of the word versus the initiation and the sacramental reality of writing that paragraph over and over and over. And one way I would illustrate that is I just recently told my parents and my dad, so I'm a convert to Orthodoxy. I mean, it's been a process. It's been coming basically my whole life, but I've been in an explicit process about it for, I don't know, 8 years now or something. And I was baptized last year. And I'm going on this trip with my church to Georgia, the country of Georgia, in a little while. And and I just told my dad about it, and he was just, I mean, part of it is where I grew up. I grew up very rural and poor and without a lot of traveling, but also just very Protestant, very naturally iconoclastic. And so, like, the idea of going to a country for a religious pilgrimage to kind of go and just receive and go to these sacred sites and go to these monasteries and do these kinds of things is very foreign to the Protestant mind. Because my dad, so like some of his initial questions are like, "What is it, like a mission trip?" I'm like, "No, it's not a mission trip. I mean, we're not." It's a.
What do you get out of it, Luke?
Well, I mean, but it's not even that. Like in his mind, he's like, "You're going there to convert everyone to Christianity because you love them, right?" And not even. And I'm like, well, they're already Orthodox, but he probably thinks they still need missionaries, whatever, Southern Baptists or whatever.
I actually I want to show this. So this is the inside of a mezuzah. So like a scribe sits for 2 years and just copies this over and over again. And you have to ask yourself, do you believe that doing that, it sanctifies you in some way or not? And I think it does. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, so I was just, my main point with that, I guess, is just the merit or the value. I think that's like my dad, for example. He just couldn't see the value in going to a place. Like the idea of holy places, number one, is completely foreign to him. There is no such thing as a holy place. And like, to be charitable, like there is some truth in that. Like I heard a podcast once with Rupert Sheldrake where he took a question of, if only specific places are holy, like what does that mean about God being, kind of everywhere present, filling all things, like how do you think about that difference? And
okay, so so Fawad is a Muslim who comes on my channel every once in a while. Yeah. And we were talking, and I was trying to explain to him the difference between how Jews and Muslims understand holiness and how Christians understand holiness. And I pointed to something that both him and I find bewildering. Protestants will take their Bible into the bathroom with them and leave it there. Read your Bible on the throne.
But they see the ideas, the meaning of the Bible, not the Bible itself. See, like the idea that the Orthodox
how could you?
The Bible is weird to them,
How could you? You disgusting human being.
Yeah.
This is actually the first time I have ever heard about this. I'm
Come
not
on.
even joking. No, I'm not joking. I have
Are you surprised? Are you surprised that there are people who will take their Bible into the
Okay.
bathroom with them?
I'm not surprised, but it's like I absolutely can believe that there are people out there that do that. But it's like, am I gonna like?
Hold on, we're not saying that they're defacing it. I'm not saying that they're defacing it. Nobody's taking it into the bathroom because they want to throw it away or something. They're just reading it in there.
I mean, I wouldn't tell them otherwise.
People who use it.
I can get behind that, Fleepus.
Yeah. Sola Scriptura used to be like a kind of a stumbling block for me. But then I went to liturgy and, he holds the image of the gospel right above his head. And I was like, yeah, that's more Sola Scriptura than I ever was.
What if it's the Bible app on my phone? Do not read the Bible while you're on the potty. Just don't do it. Just don't do it.
Redeeming the time, Jacob.
No. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Hello, chat.
Hi.
Oh,
So you guys have issues with bringing the Bible in the bathroom, but you're willing to read the Bible on the internet? That's really kind of like a quite strange thing.
That's an interesting point right there. Yeah. Do you bring your Bible onto your phone? I mean,
I guess what I would say to he who is holy, all things.
Oh,
we lost you. You said to he who is holy, what?
All things are holy.
To he who is holy. The perfect. I agree.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I said to he who is holy, all things are holy.
Yeah.
Ethan says, save philosophy for reading on the potty. Chad, what are you up to?
I just got done setting some tile and grouting, and now I'm heading home.
You know what's funny? Garth, Luke,
Well,
and Chad are all within driving distance of each other. And Andrew and I are within driving distance of each other. Yet we're sitting here on chatting on the internet. Which, as Chad pointed out, may be the most disgusting place in the world.
Well, Luke is about 6 hours away. So, yes, he's in driving distance. But he's also within the distance of a phone call. So, that's pretty cool.
Garth and I are in a estuary together. We see
Yep.
each other in real life on the rag.
Yep, and we were at an Ethiopian restaurant, which was excellent Ethiopian food.
There was some drunk and possibly high, maybe both guy tried to get into a fight with Garth, and he handled it with the utmost grace.
Sweet.
Yep, it's like
Garth is a pretty big guy. Why would you want to get into a fight with Garth?
I don't think
Well-
this guy was in his right mind.
I mean, I'm like, well, okay, I am 6'1", but I only weigh like 190 pounds.
Yeah, but you're like a 6'1" fit dude.
I mean, okay, it's funny you say that because I'm not
6'2" and like 270, 280.
okay,
Super jacked.
but I mean, okay. Here's the thing: I do not even have an exercise routine at all. I just don't exercise. I have the craziest metabolism. Like I couldn't be overweight if I tried. So I don't know.
Garth, start exercising now and don't become like me when I've been having difficulty finding small enough exercises that I can do.
Is
I'm not even
exercise
joking.
like Sola Scriptura, but like for the body?
I would say the opposite. I would say exercise is like liturgy, only for the body.
Exercise is I'm trying to think of what would be a way of getting fit that wouldn't be so. Well, I guess steroids. Steroids would not be sola scriptura. Because
Honestly, I don't even know what sola scriptura is. I was just like saying it because it's like so bonum or whatever.
Like pretty much how I understand it is that the what is it? That in Protestants is that the authority from God ultimately comes from the Bible rather than the church itself.
Okay, what you have to understand about Protestantism is that that's a really cute dog. And second, that Protestantism is about saying one thing and doing something completely different. So when they say sola, which means only, they have 5 onlys, right? And you can't have 5 onlys. Like, only means 1. But like that's how Protestantism works. And so like when Calvinists talk about total depravity or double predestination, and then you talk to them about it, and they explain to you that by total depravity they don't mean depravity at all, and certainly not total, and by double predestination, they don't even mean single predestination because they don't believe in predestination.
Sick of this. It's so annoying. It is so annoying.
So how I would typically explain it, at least from how I've understood it.
You're trying to explain it. Chad doesn't want to hear the explanation.
I'll give
No, I don't want to hear the explanation about why Protestants are blah, 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 blah. It's this self-hating explanation of Protestant. It's just ridiculous.
So
Here's better, guys.
So Chad, how about this? So part of what was driving me kind of nuts about this EA Dawa Muslim channel with Jason on there, Almond Tree, was that they kept trying to convert him to Islam, which whatever, the best of intentions, it's fantastic, and I learned some things about Islam that I thought were pretty cool. And I think they made some solid points. And a lot of the things that they're criticizing about Christianity, I actually agree with.
Right. Me too, probably.
Right. And so a lot of my issue is that I think if you're going to criticize something, it should be your own people. Like, the criticism should start with me in my own house. It should probably be you that you're mainly criticizing. And even that, you should probably chill on, because being overly self-critical can become its own trap.
Right.
But, when I talk about certain things in Protestantism, I'm not, like, speaking as somebody who... Because here's the thing. I don't think you can understand something you're not initiated in. I don't think you can.
But we're all Protestants, Luke.
Yeah,
well, you're that too.
You're playing a little bit with that, Jacob.
No, I'm
that's
not.
Why,
I really
that's
am
why
not.
I said. That's why I said this self-hating talk of Protestants. That's why I said I'm sick of hearing the self-hating explanation about why Protestants are bad. Because
when we use we hear you. When we use the term Protestant in this low corner, we're talking about, and I've said this many times, I'm using the words that we're using. When we talk about Protestantism, we mean those things in our culture that are unique to our culture in America. That's what we mean by Protestantism. Because guess what? The Catholics in the United States and the Jews in the United States and even the Muslims in the United States
too.
Are Protestant.
Super Protestant. Right. Yeah, get it. Right. And then the Protestants are even Protestants about Protestants. Yes, I understand. So I just listened to what's his face? Paul Kingsnorth talking to this dude. I don't know the guy. I never heard of the guy before, but this guy was talking. He was talking about he owns a restaurant, and every Friday they do something. He's Orthodox, and they do something where they invite everybody in the community to the restaurant, and I don't know, it was really interesting. And so like they go, there's somebody that's supposed to be the appointed host of the evening, and he leads the prayer, and then everybody goes around and leads a prayer. And it's this military dude who leads a prayer praying for the fallen soldiers and stuff, and then everybody would go around and do a prayer after that. Well, somebody like started praying for, like, cut in and started praying for a trans person who has transitioned, and they're praying for the person that they once were, and now, like, because that person's passed away, and now this new person, Chelsea, has emerged. And like the military dude was feeling like really tense, but he didn't say anything because it would totally ruin the whole fucking moment. You know, it's like there are people too. We all have our problems, and we all are fucked up in so many different ways. And I just thought it was really admirable. Like, the people that I really respect are people that could shred you to bits, but don't, because of respect for the entire moment. They weren't interested in being right. It's like, what good is it going to do in being right in this particular situation? So I don't know. I think that's admirable. We could probably stand to do a little more of that, but you know, because what we'll do is, and the Protestants are blah blah blah, and it's like, and then all we're left with is a blah blah blah. We're not left with any grace. We talk about grace so much we don't even know what the hell that means. We don't give it at all. Well, it's not my job to give grace. It's God gives grace. It's like, come on, guys. What the, like, seriously, we could do better. We are quite intelligent, and for the most part pretty caring. We don't need to show our arses all the time. I mean,
So
we
Chad,
don't need to live up to the hype.
So Chad, I mean, I understand part of what you're saying, but like if we are gonna talk about patterns or spirits or diagnose cultural problems or problems in yourself or your family or whatever, you have to
Yes,
talk about it.
I agree 100%. I'm just talking about doing it in a graceful manner, one that in a way where it actually gets heard, not in a way that is just voiced.
Yeah.
Because like when you voice things, you're just boosting a signal, and then you're talking to the echo chamber. Let's talk about being heard. That's different.
Yeah, well, and that's where I'd plug that Jason thing again, where I was saying he was being incredibly evangelical because he wasn't trying to colonize them. He wasn't telling them anything they had to do. He was just speaking things as he saw it and asking questions. And to me, that's like a beautiful example of what everybody should be doing rather than trying to get everybody to get on your opinion team.
Right. Sorry, I don't mean to chew you a new one, Jacob. I love you. I don't mean to be coming on your channel like
look.
a douchebag.
No, see, this is the thing. Like, I don't mind people criticizing me. Like, when Tim came on that other time and he was like really mad at me, and somebody whatchamacallit, sent me a thing. He's like, "Oh, they're talking about you. You really should." And actually, two people did. It's like, well, that's the discussion. This is the space that I've created. This is the space that I'm creating, is so that we can actually comfortably talk and with grace actually have these discussions, right? And yes, there's definitely people who feel that I do too much loose speech and generalizations, and I listen to that. You do that, or you think better. I do that?
No,
you've gotten a lot better.
I've gotten a lot better.
I think so. Yeah, no, I do. I think you've taken notice of the immaturity of it, and I think you know that in many ways you're stronger than that. So you sometimes, like myself, will say stupid shit, and then I'm sure we kind of feel stupid about it later, even though we might be too prideful in admitting that to ourselves in the immediate fashion. But I think you have gotten better. Listen, the thing is the reason why people haven't thrown you completely to the curb is because they do know your heart.
Well,
And
that's the important. Okay, so that's the important thing.
there's just a hope for living up
I think
to what is in Jacob's heart. It's like, everybody loves a good hero story. Jacob, you could be a hero. When are you going to turn into Israel?
So the thing is, people hate. I say the thing is a lot. The thing is though, I think in order to have these discussions, you have to do a lot of the stuff that you, Chad, and Tim, and other people think I shouldn't do, which is, talk about Protestantism and talk about burning down Luther's church. I'm sorry, but I think there's a necessity to make space for these conversations in ways that a lot of people think I shouldn't. And okay, if you think I shouldn't, then fine, like, go do your thing. But ultimately, whether or not Tim likes it, he was complaining about me in a arena that I created by allowing that discussion and that ability to actually talk about things. I'm not sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
So, like, offense is a two-way street. It's I think a healthy way to view any sort of offending event is that, like Jordan Peterson says, we're both victim and victimizers. And in any particular event, somebody might be on one end of the extreme of that and the other end of the extreme. You could have some offending event where someone is really being an asshole. But, like, are they being 100% absolutely nothing but asshole? Are they saying nothing true? Like, I would say essentially never.
Well, sometimes, I mean, there's Claire Caw, and I just ignore her.
Well, she's a very extreme example, and someone may choose to either systemically or structurally exclude her or personally exclude her and just not listen to her, and that's fine. But is what she's saying completely wrong? I would say no. And she's an extreme example. But sorry. No, so I think, like, what is the correct level of criticizing someone and what is the context for doing it is relative.
True.
So, I think that's why we pay attention to
Sorry.
I just think we should pay attention to our words. Sorry, am I roboting again?
A little sometimes.
Garth wants to speak.
Yeah, I just want to mention something super quickly. It's like, I do take some, what is it? I don't know. It's like, to me, labeling everything in American culture as Protestant, to me, I don't find it very helpful in the sense that I grew up in Protestant communities. I know what the cultural dynamics of what it is to be in a Protestant church is like, because I've lived it. I mean, actually, this is a Lutheran Bible Camp T-shirt.
Burn it.
No, I love the place.
I'm just.
Also, it's not an icon in any sense of the word. But anyway, but to me, it's like, I know what these dynamics look like, and I see, and it's like, and then I go out and look at what American culture is like right now, and it's like, oh, that's Protestant culture, and I'm like, I really don't think so.
Well, Garth, but, like, this is what I mean, is there's a spectrum. I know a lot of Lutherans, people very close to me and in my family are Lutheran and have been Lutheran, and particularly conservative Lutheran, not ELCA Lutheran.
LCMS.
Yeah, and or them or like Wisconsin Synod or something. That kind of Lutheranism is one of the least forms of Protestantism that Protestantism is. And so, like, when you're talking the spectrum of what the spirit of Protestantism is, and again, rules and exceptions.
Sure.
When someone's talking about Protestantism, they're talking about an overarching spirit in which people participate to varying degrees. Lutherans, particularly that stripe of Lutherans, I would say participate in that stream to some degree because it's part of being Americans Protestant, but they're not the extreme example of it. The extreme example of it is the kind of Protestantism I was raised in.
Right. Yes. Correct.
Okay, but
So if we go around and call people alcohol, if you go around and call somebody a drunk or alcoholic, and you don't give them a solution to the problem, then you're just being a jackass. You know, like, oh, you're such a fucking drunk, or you're such a, you know, whatever. It's like, well, you want to be able to offer a real solution to the problem.
But Chad,
and I don't see us doing that.
Can you talk about alcoholism?
Come to my team.
Can you talk about alcoholism without everyone? If you talk about alcoholism broadly, is everyone just like, and you say alcoholism is rampant in this culture, and you're just like, I'm not an alcoholic, blah, blah, blah. Like, you don't have to take offense at somebody talking about alcoholism.
this is part of the problem.
Well, I probably agree with what you just said. I just robotic.
There is a spirit of Protestantism with which people identify. And the reason we in this little corner end up talking, like, it's not just me talking about Protestantism, right? It's when I have criticisms like that video I made, right? Yeah, I mean, okay, I got on and I ranted for half an hour about certain things, and you could certainly take offense at the stuff I said. But the fact is, I mean, Luke remembers this. Chad and Garth and most people who are here don't remember this. Father Eric might remember this. But when I first got involved with Bridges of Meaning, I started talking to people, and I was being honest, and people took offense, and I left the server, right? And I left the server, and a bunch of people asked me to come back because they wanted that engagement, right? You were one of them. Thank you very much, Luke. The fact is that if you want to ignore me criticizing Protestantism or all of the things that I say and calling people heretics and all that, go ahead and ignore me. Like, I am shocked there are 14 people watching this right now, right? And frankly, if I were coming to your place, if I were coming to your home, if I were like, then frankly, it's against my religion to trespass on other people's religion. It really is, right? And, but that video of me talking about the sick and twisted legalism of quote unquote Christian life has more likes than any of my videos being nice to Christians.
People love, but that even speaks to what I would say is the protesting, negative focused part of our culture.
But is that a criticism of me or a criticism of Protestantism?
I don't know. Both, maybe.
But here's the thing. Okay, so this is something that I just kind of thought of, and you can tell me what you think about it, right? Is the spirit we're talking about, due to Protestantism, which way is it, right? Is the spirit we're talking about, or how do I put this? Shoot, sorry. It's, when we're saying Protestant, right? We're talking about a certain spirit that's upon people, right? So like, or we could call it a certain mindset, right? And so it's like, how bound to that mindset is Protestantism, right? Like, is Protestantism defined by that particular mindset, right?
As a rule, I would say as a rule, yes, but that doesn't mean that there's not exceptions to that. Because to quote one of my favorite things from C.S. Lewis, what you see and hear depends a lot upon where you're standing and the kind of person you are. Another way to say that is what you know and what you see depends upon your initiation. What are you initiated in? What have you participated in your whole life will define how and what you see in the world. And so if you grow up, this is to Jacob's point about America being a Protestant culture. This is Protestant. It's the spirit of the whole damn country. I would say largely it's the spirit of the West. It's not arbitrary that Protestantism came out of Catholicism.
Yeah, right.
I don't think that's arbitrary either.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think we have to get to the point where we can talk about that without everyone being so offended if you're going to do anything about it. Like, this current state of the world is not disconnected from this. And if we can't talk about it, you can't do anything about it. Like, if everybody's just going to be offended and we can't say anything that's going to offend anyone, well, like, you don't have to attach your ego to it. Like, I'm recognizing that I participate in that spirit and have most of my whole life too. I'm not excluding myself from that criticism.
Yep. Right. Right.
And honestly, like, I talk about Paul of Tarsus and Martin Luther mostly because I identify with them.
Oh, that's interesting to me.
Honestly, like, I fear that I am very much like them.
Because it's something that I was almost going to mention to you once, because I know about Martin Luther, and I was like, I feel like that Jacob is like the Jewish Martin Luther in temperament. So I actually feel like I am precisely, and this goes back to Hasidic teaching, right? The Baal Shem Tov, one of his most prominent teachings was you get bothered by those things which you see reflected in your own flaws. Yes, right.
Yeah, that's in the big book too. But I wasn't trying to crap on you about the whole Protestant thing. I agree. I just think sometimes the spirit that we approach it is annoying.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe it's because I listen too much.
I think, to me, when I think about spirits, is like, I don't like associate like because when I think of Protestantism, I think of like I think of like a particular theology within like a particular church. Whereas like I think spirits are, to me, is, I don't know how to put this. It's like, I don't know, to me, I get where people are coming from when they're saying that there is a particular spirit and a mindset that is associated with this particular theology, but it's like, yeah, I don't know how to articulate this, but
we have a Protestant here who's going to defend Protestantism.
Okay.
Hey, Bruce.
I'm not here to defend Protestantism as such. I'm here I would defend myself and my confession, but I won't defend a basically useless term.
Okay.
That would be like me talking about all the Jews in some broad sweeping statement and blaming the ills of the world on them. The ills of the West on Protestantism.
No, see, this is the thing. I don't think you are making a very good analogy there.
It's a broad term that doesn't mean anything.
First of all, I don't think that's true, but first let's talk about your analogy. There's a difference between blaming the Jews and blaming Judaism.
Yeah, agreed. And there's a difference between blaming Protestantism and Reformed Presbyterians or Universalists.
Or individual Christians.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I mean. There's far too many specifics and details. It's way too low resolution to get into Protestantism as an attack, as a term.
That's Okay, so first of all, it's not like I chose the term. It's the term that this little corner has used to name this spirit that is moving our society. And we could talk about Martin Luther in particular. We could. And to some extent, I'm actually more than happy to specifically talk about particular saints that people have, like Martin Luther or John Calvin. And I do try, I think that's a better way of doing it. But there's a reason why I abstract to dead people or ideas, is because I think what we can allow is for our ideas to die so that we physically don't have to.
But I'm just trying to state that if you wish for someone to defend or attack or somehow white knight for Protestantism, it's not a defined enough term to do that, unless you were going to define Protestantism as, say, the authoritative body that they submit to is Scripture, not the church. But that would be much more specific.
It would be, and so I don't know how many of you guys watched the clip from Jordan Peterson that just came out about gods. It's really good, and Paul Vanderklay on his Twitter actually pointed it out, and he's like, "Oh, this is the conversation that I've been waiting for them to have," because by gods they're talking about egregores. We've started talking about it, or spirits, or however you want to. There's something that's above the individual level that is animating and moving our society. And in this little corner, we started calling that Protestantism.
Yeah,
and
that's not enough. That's not specific enough. I don't even think it describes enough of the details. I mean, there's far too many specifics there that people don't agree with. It's basically creating a straw man and setting it on fire.
So, like, something that I could say is that another spirit that, people have seen to trend within society is like,
quick.
okay.
I just want.
You just want to...
You may have cut out there, Chad.
Yeah, you broke up.
Yeah,
Chad.
you cut out, Chad. Sorry.
He's mobile, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Luke says, Bruce, what does Protestantism mean?
Yeah, I just wanted to hop out real quick, but
We heard you for all of 2 seconds.
I was trying to let Chad get in.
Yeah, sorry, Chad, but
yeah,
it ain't working, Chad. Sorry.
So I would state that Protestantism, as it was classically defined, was a protest against the authoritative body of the Roman Catholic Church.
Okay. And you don't think that, I think even that itself is one thing that we are in fact. So I have actually tried to make other critiques, but they don't land. And one of them is against atomistic individualism.
Yep, I agree.
And when we say Protestantism, I think mostly what we're talking about is this idea of I as an individual, as opposed to my church, as opposed to my community, gets to decide how things are and should be.
Yeah, and I would agree with you that that's wrong, and I don't associate, as a Protestant, I don't associate with that. Atomistic individualism is not something that I champion at all. In fact, quite the opposite.
I would almost. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean So as far as defining what should occur, the authoritative bodies that are placed by God into our lives must be submitted to. So there is no individual alone with his scripture making all sorts of claims that are authoritative in my world. The authority comes out of the church by God. So I am submitting to my authorities. I'm not an atomistic individualist, or however you want to go that direction, biblicist, right? I don't believe that at all. I'm not solo scriptura, right? So that doesn't define me, and I am indeed a Protestant. And this is what I'm trying to say.
Well, you're honestly, it sounds to me like you're trying to redefine Protestantism
No,
from what it means to most people.
I'm capturing it correctly.
Go ahead.
Okay, so because I want to put a pin in the term atomistic individualism,
Mhm.
I would almost say that, atomistic individualism almost sounds like atheism to me, mostly because of the atomistic part. Now, what I would say almost in Protestantism is that you have this, it's Christian individualism. So it's like, yes, like we are individuals with a conscience, right? And that's something we have to wrestle with. But at the same time, it's like we are also connected to each other in a very particular way in one body, under God.
Mm-hmm. There's
right?
two. Yeah, there's the son of Adam and the son of Christ. You're adopted into the body of Christ. All brothers once adopted. Before that, you're image bearers, still created, still creatures, still bearing the image of God. So as far as the connectedness is concerned, that's true. But everyone is held accountable for their own particular sin. But they're also held accountable to the authorities in their lives. So this position of individual autonomy, and I believe that's probably one of the bigger problems with, America, is the libertarian individualism, or libertines, basically basically following sexual liberation. That's not the position I hold, but I do think far too often the arrows are thrown at Protestants as though we're this individual, selfish-seeking, or a man on an island people, and I don't agree with that.
Luke says, where did the atomistic individualism come from? And I think this goes back to the
garden.
Jordan Woods.
Goes back to the garden.
No, it goes back to Martin Luther.
I don't agree. Why does atomistic individualism go back to Martin Luther? Number one, Martin Luther was a Hussite. Okay, so Jan Hus very much championed, and then before that, Wycliffe. Okay, so we can trace it back to Wycliffe, and then we could arguably trace it to Augustine if you wanted to. But Luther is specifically a man of his time, dealing with the authoritative issues of the church in unjust wars and unjust funding. So the atomistic individual idea does not come from Luther. In fact, he wanted to reform the church and maintain it as an authoritative body. He also maintained the perpetual virginity of Mary, right? He also maintained a number of the sacraments. So this is not exactly a fair assessment to state that atomistic individualism comes by way of Martin Luther. In fact, he identified with his German people folk more than himself.
Okay, but the problem is, this gets into, now we're debating semantics as opposed to the ideas. Yeah, I am putting certain ideas into a certain linguistic container called Protestantism or Luther or whatever you want to put it into. And because it is the animating spirit with which you identify, you are trying to divorce those ideas which historically and in our society are in fact affiliated with Protestantism and Martin Luther. You don't want that affiliation.
No, this is a convenient way to define the terms. In fact, the individualistic identity
for whom?
Convenient for those who are not interested in Protestantism as a standard by which they might operate.
This is the thing. You are attributing an animosity towards.
I'm not talking about the animosity
that I simply don't have.
I'm only stating that you have a problem with certain ideas that come out of a camp, and you're wishing to attack those, right?
Those ideas, but it seems like you think that I wish that those ideas, like I somehow want those to be Protestant ideas, as opposed to the fact that those are
Yeah, and I would argue they're
ideas
not.
that are
Exactly. I think your frame is too narrow. In fact, the individualistic works of the sacraments and the sacerdotal system puts large emphasis on the individual to achieve a certain amount of work-based right before God or before their people in an individualistic way. In fact, they deny such grafting onto the vine and being held up by the body of Christ because they see themselves as ultimately responsible individually for maintaining the entirety of their Christian walk through their actions. So, in fact, the individualistic aspect of that is as old as works.
See, now, honestly, you just sound like you're repeating talking points.
No, I'm not. I just thought of this right now, actually.
No,
in this way. And it sounds to me like you're repeating talking points. Protestants are individualistic freedom fighters.
Bruce.
That's a talking point.
Okay. I don't feel... I feel that as opposed to actually engaging one-on-one, it seems like you are speaking to the audience as opposed to speaking with me.
No, I'm only stating that you're putting forth a set of definitions and categories that I don't agree with.
I am not putting forth definitions and categories that are mine. These are not things that I defined.
This is the whole argument between Vervaeke and Cooper.
Yes,
Cooper wants,
Cooper. Jordan Cooper. That was who it was. And honestly, it's that discussion which I am trying to have with individuals, but the discussion is the discussion that Vervaeke is having with Cooper. It's not my discussion.
I don't know any of that context.
Well, I would highly recommend looking into it. I have a video which is one of the most popular videos on my channel called Vervaeke's Bullshit, and it was one of the big talking, like it was a big part of this little corner's discussion, and because this is something important. Yes, I am poking, as Vervaeke put it. Every time Jacob sees a fault line, he pokes at it until things crumble. And yeah, I do. But I'm poking at fault lines that are there, and people are like, you're creating fault lines. I'm not creating fault lines. I'm not powerful enough.
I have no qualms with attacking the relativistic nature of Protestants. And in fact, that's largely where I fight. We agree on most of those terms.
Right.
And we probably agree on more than we don't.
I completely agree, which was why I was a little surprised when I heard you were like, "Oh, I'm not going to engage with Jacob anymore." Which was
no, that's not what I said. I didn't say that. You could roll back the tape. I only stated I didn't like the terms and definitions. They need
no. I wasn't saying tonight. The other time, like when Tim was on,
it was. Well, I mean, to be fair, like that was indeed the interaction we had.
Well, I didn't feel. I thought, and I still think, we could engage more. But again, it kind of feels like, I mean, what you just said is kind of surprising, which is you're not aware of that whole discussion between Jordan Woods and John Vervaeke, because really, what I feel my role here is to provide a forum for people to digest the types of things that Vervaeke was saying about Jordan Woods.
I may have listened to 5 minutes of Vervaeke in my life. I don't have any context around any of that. It's not really my world, I guess.
Okay. I mean, and part of the reason why I have these just chatting streams, and very deliberately, and what I've said is, if my channel ever actually does get big enough where anybody who wants to can't just click on the stream and come talk to me, I'm going to have to create further levels of hierarchy, because my project, one of the ways I've called it, is Project Jethro. Jethro is Moses' father-in-law, who tells him, you have to create leaders of tens and leaders of thousands and the elders, and then it comes up to you, is this hierarchy of, Paul Vanderklay is just too big for people to engage with him directly. And I allow people to engage with me. And every once in a while, I'm like, Paul, you need to deal with this, right? And creating this structured community, this hierarchy, which I think we're missing, that's what the project here is.
Okay, I mean, I understand. I can understand that. It gets far too complicated when you get that many people involved, and it's very hard to maintain relationships with people, or even just have conversations.
Yeah, you need. That's why the Dunbar number. I mean, for me, the big thing is you need to keep. And frankly, I think the Dunbar number for humans should be closer to 3,000 than 200. But once you go above a certain number of thousands of people, then you can't have the personal. I've actually been in Garth's car. Andrew's actually been in my car. I have hugged both these men.
I don't know if we hugged.
We did.
Oh, okay. All right.
When you dropped me off, you turned off the car so you could get out and hug me.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't remember, so I will take your word for it. Okay, I'll take your word for it then.
But it was, and that's part of why I take my little pilgrimages, my road trips, to actually meet with people, because ultimately, and I think this is the atomistic individualism that may or may not be attributable to Martin Luther. I think it is that our society has fallen apart.
I understand what you mean. I don't take as pessimistic of a position on it that way, but it can appear that way on the line, right? But in the individual interactions that I have throughout the days in my communities, it's not that way.
Well, Garth mentioned something to me once, which really stayed with me. He said that the people who are trying the hardest in this little corner to fight for a community are the people who have had a feeling of community and see that that somehow it's falling apart. And I mean, obviously Garth had it in his Lutheran summer camp, and I'm sure you've had it in your Baptist Reformed church, or if I'm saying that correctly. And that's beautiful. That at the same time, we have these spirits that are moving within our community. And I have to go back to John Vervaeke feeling that he had to engage with Jordan Woods on these terms of, is it really Martin Luther's fault? Well, you can argue that it's not, and I'm willing to have that argument. But I think that argument is something that John Vervaeke, I think he's probably right about. And there are people like Luke there are many people in this little corner who have left Protestant churches for the Eastern Orthodox, which I would say is their Protestant excuse for not being Catholics.
I call it soft. I call it soft deconstructionism. That's what I call it.
Well, I call it soft Catholicism.
Either way, yeah, fair enough. But it's a way of grafting onto your feelings, the difficulties that you've had with individuals, a mystical way of working out the problems that come with a hardline biblical worldview. So you can graft on a more relative worldview that is understood in the mystery of the church.
So I actually do have to go now.
And it has no epistemological foundation outside of the church's understanding, which is really kind of a wacky foundation.
You're saying words I'm not sure I can engage with. Bye, Garth.
Okay.
I'm getting a call from my mom, actually. Jacob, we will talk later. Sorry.
Okay. Talk to you later. Yes, Luke.
Dear Lord, Bruce.
Mm.
So I mean, I've said this a lot of times. My personal story with this, I don't know. I've said many times. I'll say it again. I think it's ideal if Protestants do not leave their particular initiated denomination and tradition if possible. My question continues to be with, especially once you get into something like non-denominational evangelicalism, it is so novel and so ethereal and traditionless. It's this tradition that's traditionless. I don't even know what it is. What are you staying faithful to? What are you going to give your kids? Like, if I go to some non-denominational church in suburban Minneapolis, is that church going to be there for my kids? What even is that church? What does staying faithful to that mean? And I know Bruce is like Presbyterian, and like I would say on the spectrum, again, Protestantism, there's a spectrum. Is that more stable and closer to what I would consider to be the root of broader Christianity? Yeah. But like, it isn't, me converting to Orthodoxy is on one hand it is Eastern Rite evangelicalism, because it is a church that I more closely self-identify with the doctrines, and I like it more. So in that sense, it's a destination church. I mean, I get that. I understand that. But I got to the point where I didn't know there weren't any good options of what I consider to be faithful.
Okay, Luke, why aren't you going to a Catholic church?
So part of it is because at the time when I started looking into Orthodoxy, I had there's a lot of reasons. I was probably so indoctrinated with anti-Catholicism from my Protestant upbringing that I didn't even think about it. I think now I could have easily. Do I think that I could be probably just as happy in like an Eastern Rite Catholic church? Probably. Do I probably have more propositional qualms with what I understand of Catholicism than what I know of Orthodoxy? Probably.
I wish Father Eric was on here, because honestly, like, I have a lot of problems. Like, Josephite marriage is a Catholic creation. The egalitarian Trinity is something I have trouble with.
Same.
Exactly, far more than the monarchical Trinity.
Yep.
So propositionally, I should in fact probably be like, okay, Eastern Orthodox people, Catholic people, why aren't you being Eastern Orthodox? But the fact is, I see this spirit of Protestantism, and if you don't want to call it Protestantism, call it whatever you want. But I get to decide. I tell God. God doesn't tell me, which animates Protestants going to the Eastern Orthodox Church instead of the Catholic Church.
Yeah. Well, and to that point, like Brad Jerzak, he's a convert. He's an Orthodox priest convert. He says that he said this in a conversation with one of my friends, this Petey guy, on his Fellow Travelers podcast. But he said that a lot of modern conversion in America is really Eastern Rite evangelicalism. And I think that's true. I mean, that's totally true. The kind of ortho bro zealotry and like online apologetics is not, I would say, in my opinion, is not the spirit of Orthodoxy at all. But what are you going to do about it? I don't know what Orthodoxy is going to be in America. What does it mean to have a bunch of people? And again, let's not say Protestantism. Let's say what are a bunch of people that have been initiated in and participate in the spirit of like autonomous, isolated individualism, let's just say that, what's going to happen when they all convert to Orthodoxy? And when they have associations of faithfulness as self-identity to propositions, what's that going to do to Orthodoxy? I don't know. What I do appreciate about Orthodoxy is they're pretty chill. They're just like, whatever, and you're a convert, and like, you just, if you listen to your priest, and if your priest is doing what I think he's supposed to be doing, he should just be like, chill, don't talk for about 10 years. You know? We'll see, I guess. I don't, it's just Bruce, and if you're still listening, dude, that's just what you said. That's maybe some converts to Orthodoxy. It's not all of them, dude. And that's not charitable at all.
Bruce seems very much animated by a spirit of Protestantism, which he wants to semper reformanda, actually, reform. Which I'm supportive of trying to reform Protestantism, right? At the same time, I think, and you see it in his language of trying to, it's the same thing with Jordan Woods. They are defending the Protestant identity because it is an identity that they identify with. It is their identity. And that's what he meant when he came on. He's like, oh, if I were blaming the Jews, right? We have Father Eric. I'll shut up.
Well, I'll just listen to Father Eric. I'm gone now that I'm not upset anymore.
I'm not prepared to make any meaningful contribution. I literally just came in. But welcome to my new office.
Very nice office.
They're doing construction of mine right now, so I spent the whole morning moving into this little cubicle space here.
And that's why you're not wearing your collar as usual. You have a lava lamp?
There it is. Behold.
I love lava lamps. It's one of my weird, just the movement. Like, I don't know. It's captivating. So the discussion we've gotten into is why in this little corner we spend so much time talking about Protestantism. And I want to formally apologize for being too critical of you of Josephite marriages in my latest rant.
Ego te absolvo.
What?
Ego te absolvo.
But I mean, and that's why I said Father Eric needs to jump on, is we're talking a lot about the Protestant spirit of a lot of people in this little corner becoming Eastern Orthodox as opposed to Catholic.
I mean, I've got my own perspective on that. And
Go ahead, share.
I just think there's a lot of benefits to not destroying your own tradition, like we did in 1970.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so you walk into your average, I don't have quite as much privacy as I used to. Does it sound okay?
Yes, it sounds better, actually, yeah.
Okay. I think that if you walk into your average Catholic church, that your liturgy is unimpressive, and that if you walk into your average Orthodox church, your liturgy is impressive, and that liturgy actually tells you entirely about that community that you're joining. So when you keep that thing intact, it helps you get a lot of people in. There's my thoughts.
Huh. Okay.
I agree.
See, okay, I would have thought the opposite, and I'll explain why. When I have spoken to a lot of Protestants who have become Eastern Orthodox, they have said, I just knew that whatever I became, it couldn't be Roman Catholic because the Catholic Church is that son of perdition, and the Whore of Babylon and everything else that the Westminster Confession used to at least teach explicitly.
Oh, okay. I guess I've never heard that before. So,
I mean, Luke just said when he was looking into part of it for him was, well, whatever you do, you can't become Roman Catholic.
that's what Luke said, huh?
That's what Luke said. He said he when he first started and he started looking into Orthodoxy, like that's the type of orientation he had, which is the Catholic Church. Like that's everything that Protestantism improved upon. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Okay.
And so I have to wonder, and yeah, I do get the idea that Vatican II seemed to, in essence, be capitulating. I mean, not that you said this, but I have heard Tradcats say Vatican II is basically capitulating to the Protestants. But so Luke said, I never even considered it. I had been very anti-Catholic indoctrinated. And I mean, that's what I've heard from Jonathan. I don't know if you know Jonathan. He was brought up Protestant. He went to Calvin College. And he was a Catholic when he was at Calvin College. And now he's a Noahide. He kind of said that what for him, he heard all the criticisms of the Catholics, looked at those criticisms, saw that they were false, and that's why he became Catholic. And then he looked at all the criticisms of Judaism, saw that they were false, and that's why he's a Noahide. And so I'm not sure that these people who were like, oh, I can be Eastern Orthodox as long as they're not Catholic. And to me, for a lot of them, it seems that Eastern Orthodox is Catholic light, that if the Catholic churches they went to were more Catholic, that would necessarily have made that transition easier as opposed to harder.
I guess I'm just not familiar with that perspective. So thanks for sharing. I hadn't heard any of that yet.
I'd like to pop in. I was brought up non-denom. I went to a Lutheran high school. So as you expect, there is a bit of, non-Catholic sentiment there. But when, this whole Peterson, Pajot, whatever, this little corner movement came on the screen, it was like diving into Christianity once again. And all of a sudden I could understand how Catholics participate and relate to their tradition. And I did look into being Catholic. The problem, it seemed to me, was that the Catholics were going the way of Protestantism, and I was like a hyper Protestant in that I saw where Protestantism was going, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to completely abandon that Protestant tradition.
Yeah, so
I was Protestant against the Protestants.
Which way did you see?
I mean, I was interested in Orthodoxy because Catholicism just wasn't on my mind. It wasn't engaging with this little corner at that level yet, right? Like Pajot was the guy that.
So I guess
you this whole thing.
What I'm curious to hear is you said you saw Catholicism going the way of Protestantism, and I don't know what way that is.
Okay.
Point of order, Father Eric, you just jumped on. How long are you going to be here?
I might have another half hour.
Okay, because I need to go do stuff. If and you're an admin on this channel, it's all yours. You guys go.
Okay.
All right. Which way did I see that going? So I went to the on-campus Catholic center. It's like a chapel, you could say, and there were like no icons. Like, what's up with that? It was kind of like a Baptist church where there was just like a giant cross at the center with Christ on there, and the rest was kind of like modernist architecture and whatnot. And when I was exploring it, I went to adoration of the Eucharist, right, or Eucharistic adoration, and the kneeling was great and all, but like they were playing synth music and whatnot as well while, like, I don't know, people are praying, and that just reminded me of Protestant masses again.
Yeah. I could see why, if you were looking to get away from Protestantism, you would warn away from that in particular.
Yeah. I mean,
so
I the cultural stuff around Catholicism is like really strong and really great. Like, you guys will cite saints all the time, and there's all these there's like Filipino communities within Catholicism that are like really strong. They got their whole culture is integrated and whatnot, and Spanish liturgy as well is also pretty cool. But it seemed to me that like the liturgy itself was, I don't know, becoming wishy-washy. So yeah,
those are the exact same sorts of things that I complain about all the time. So I recently completed reading a book about Vatican II by George Weigel. He's he's probably in his 60s or getting up on 70 there. He was the biographer of St. John Paul II, all these sorts of things. And his goal was to bolster and uphold the tradition of Vatican II, because there's lots of young Catholics my age who are skeptical about it. They're like, okay, you were promising all of this fruit in the new springtime of the church, and where is it? And I think he's actually, he did a very good thing at this book, where he pointed out some of the trends that had accelerated in what we could call Tridentine era of Catholicism, Counter-Reformation up through about 1950, and some unhelpful things that were going on there. There was a over-centralization in Rome at that time, especially after Vatican I, where people were saying that was going to be the last ecumenical council ever, because now we knew that the Pope could just do everything. So that was a thing. Part of the problem with Vatican I is that it ended early. It had more things that it was going to talk about, but we only got the two documents from it, one on Revelation and the other one on the Pope. And so that made the council a little bit one-sided there. So I will recommend this book. It's called it's by George Weigel, the Vital Legacy of Vatican II, something like that, if you're interested in learning more about it. But for me, my reaction to that book is he didn't say enough about the liturgy. That he was, and that's, I think, a continual blind spot that Mr. Weigel has, is that he downplays the importance of the liturgy, and that's why he's not understanding people my age wanting to go back to Latin, go back to incense, do the 1962 missal, all that stuff like that. He doesn't see that as all that important, and he's perfectly happy at the church he's going to. So, yeah, that's my thoughts. I don't know. What do you think?
great book recommendation. I should definitely learn more about Vatican II because currently I'm not really sure if I have a position on it.
Right. And why would you?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's good that you and like the Catholic Church in general is going through this stuff. I'd love to see like a integration of liturgy again and whatnot. How's it going, Richard? I just think like me personally, like, you know, I definitely need liturgy, and if the Catholic Church isn't there yet, then I don't know. I'm sorry. But
Got
you
to move
know,
out to the Midwest. This is where all the based priests are.
yeah. Yeah. My grandparents are from Indiana, and they go to a Catholic church. So I think I've been there once, but I'd really like to go again. So yeah.
Richard, are you here to plug Western Rite Orthodoxy again?
I not plug it here to have a discussion on Western Rite Orthodoxy because the priest definitely, at least at my parish, definitely like contrasts it with modern Catholicism, which is really interesting. They're talking about the incense, talking about the priest facing forward and not backwards, all of these things. And like he even he pulled that on my mom, who grew up Catholic, sort of paid it out. And like that actually caught her interest, which is rather interesting. And so like I guess what I wonder about the whole Eastern Orthodox movement in this little corner is exactly the East-West thing. Because my experience has definitely been that I value being in a tradition that is Western. Because one of the big concerns I had, at least with going to Eastern Orthodoxy, is okay, yes, I'll be a part of this tradition, but culturally, I'll never be Eastern, right? And but then I talked to some people on Bridges' meeting about Western Rite, and they were like, "Oh, you should probably go to Eastern liturgy during Easter because you're missing things." And I went, that's interesting. So there's a lot of dynamics going on here. I have loved Lent during or at my Western Rite parish. I just attended Stations of the Cross and adoration of forget what it's called.
Of the Eucharist?
Not of the Eucharist. It had something to do with the Annunciation of the Virgin Mary. And that was great. We went through the Rosary as a parish. And so it's been great. But so I don't know if that's a plug, Father, but
I'm glad to hear you guys are doing Station to the Cross there. That hasn't been swept away because it's a lovely devotion.
oh,
Very
it's so good. Yeah.
yeah.
Do you do stations, Father?
We do. It's mostly during Lent. It's a Lenten devotion. It's not something that we do year round.
Yep.
They have a children's one that we do with our students, which is, I mean, I don't know. You're not going to get too in depth or graphic with the kids. And then we also have we use the ones of Saint Alphonsus Liguori, his Stations of the Cross, for our kind of regular Friday night ones. Do you know who wrote the stations that you guys do?
I don't know, unfortunately.
I'd be real curious to see if you just take one of the classic ones like Saint Alphonsus, or if you've got your own thing. because it's actually it's not a liturgy. It's popular piety that's gotten
Oh,
about as enshrined in the Catholic consciousness as the Rosary has, which is also popular piety. It's not a liturgy.
okay.
Um,
I didn't know that.
yeah, but it's I mean, basically, you'll find very few churches or chapels that don't have a that don't have the Stations of the Cross erected somewhere.
Yeah, I'll like to ask my father this Sunday, and so I actually brought two Protestant friends to stations, and I found that to be a really good introduction to what liturgical traditions have to offer.
Mhm.
Because they ate it up. They
Mhm.
loved it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think even now, if there were a Western Rite Orthodox or Latin Mass, I it's kind of tough because I'm in catechumenate for the Coptic
Yeah.
Orthodox Church, and
Mhm.
it's tough leaving that.
Mhm.
Yep.
But I would definitely go regularly.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
If
if I if that was there at the beginning, I would have gone there instead of the Coptic Orthodox Church.
Right,
So
right.
yeah.
and why is that? Just to be
Because it's kind of strange for me because I don't know if you guys know of this term Wasian, right? Like half white, half Asian.
me
So
too.
yeah. So you're in this odd place of like, which tradition am I part of? But in terms of Christendom, I mean, that's Catholicism, right? My
Yep.
grandparents are Catholic, and then my dad is a lapsed Catholic. And the society we live in is much more related to Latin than it is to the East. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's with this whole liturgy thing, I've thought this for years now, is that we're just shooting ourselves in the foot by having these plain lackadaisical liturgies when it's like what should I be doing as a priest? What should I be doing with my time, with my days? And it's like it should be worshiping God. Like that's priority number one. That's my job. And I could do some of this other stuff, but like really, how many hours should I be in meetings about stuff? Whereas, I'm not just trying to get out of meetings here. I think this Luke Thompson's got some questions about this term Wasian.
Wasian, yep.
Caucasian. No, I don't
Well,
know what
yeah,
Luke's
that's
going on
how.
about there.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I can't even like. Wait, Andrew, were you saying you had synth in the mass you went to? Well, I can't even imagine that. Like, I guess I luckily did attend some Catholic masses with some regularity when I was like 7, 8, 9. I remember singing the hymnals when I was that age and all of that, and it was quite traditional. They were building an organ during that time. They got finished right around the time we started not attending anymore, and all of the lessons were there. I think we had a choir even, which was really good. Really traditional decor as well. Stained glass windows, statues, stuff like that. Um, it was great, but I just can't imagine ruining that with popular evangelical schlock.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. So,
There was one thing that's been kind of bugging me. You know how I was talking about that like big cross or whatever, right? Kind of like a Baptist church.
Yep.
They had like Christ on the cross, and he was like completely naked. And I'm like, you're taking the highest stuff here, and you're smashing it right up against this synth music, and you know,
Yeah, that is awkward.
I don't know.
Yep.
yep. Big sigh. Big sigh. That's
Because
all I
I
do
mean, I
too.
see like, you know, the story of Saint Francis of Assisi, right? He his father disowns him, and then he like gives back everything he took from him, and then he's saying like, now I can truly say, Our Father who art in heaven. Like, yeah, that's the integration of Christ being naked on the cross. You know, Christ giving up everything he had from the Father. You don't put synth music over that. Yeah. But yeah,
That's
it's
so
it's
weird.
there within the Catholic tradition, you know, which is what I'm glad for.
Yeah. No, it's like this is what frustrates me is that Catholicism has some of the most recognizable branding in the world, right? And Hollywood is maintaining it for us, right? So anytime you've got
Yeah.
the priest coming in, you know, he's always going to be this stern figure dressed all in black, and it's like they're not going to have, you know, Our Lady of the Hockey Arena, suburban parish. Like they're going to go for the Gothic cathedral with
Yep.
the incense and the
Yep.
haunting chant in the background. And
Yep.
it's like Hollywood gets this,
Yeah.
right? All of those stinking pagans out in Andrew's country, you know.
Yeah.
But we don't. It's just
That's interesting. Yeah, they understand that that's the point,
Mhm.
right?
Well,
Like, go ahead.
yeah, it's like that's what makes our tradition distinctive.
Yeah,
They look at that, they understand it.
yeah. It reminds me of something one of my honors professors says is that like the people who don't enjoy a book like Pride and Prejudice and who think when are they gonna like pull out the swords and like get to battle, they have to understand like the dialogue in the drawing rooms. That's the point, right? Don't go like making these zombie adaptations and stuff like this. That just ruins it, right? So like same thing with the Catholic liturgy and all of that. It's like you have to develop a taste for it and see the profundity in it, and not tarnish it with shock, really. And so, yeah.
But you know, I have to just acknowledge that not everybody in the world is like these three gentlemen here. So I
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
somebody that I'm preparing for marriage, and she's coming out from a kind of an evangelical background, and she's marrying a Catholic man, and she's becoming Catholic, and she's at peace with everything. And
Yeah.
you know, she came to our church with the 11 a.m. You know, guitar and drums set up, and she said, "Oh yeah, I really like that better than all the other stuff." And it's like,
Yeah.
there's a reason people are doing this is because
Yeah.
for at least a percentage of the population, it works.
No, so I have a sneaking suspicion that we're the minority. I think.
I sorry, I didn't hear that.
I feel like we're the minority, at least for now. Because like these are two different Protestant friends that I brought. I brought a reformed URC conservative reform guy, a non-denominational guy, and then a very interesting person, born in Costa Rica, I think. Grew up evangelical, but moved to the U.S. his sophomore year of high school and went to Catholic high school and developed an appreciation for the liturgy, and he's considering becoming Catholic. And bringing those three people was really interesting because I can like see the spectrum of like appreciation. Like the Catholic high school guy got it, and we were ogling over the liturgy and stuff like that. The Reformed guy kind of got it. He appreciated the hymns and all of that, but then the non-denominational guy, who by the way is my best friend, he asked me like, Richard, I'm concerned about how you guys maintain a relationship with God. How do you balance that? And I conceded that. So like, yeah, the downside of the liturgy is that it gets impersonal, but
It can become mechanical very
yeah,
easily.
right.
Yeah.
But like I think this is such a better expression because you're worshiping the King of the Universe, right? And that's what you
Yeah.
deserve.
One thing. Yeah, one thing I'm really grateful to you, Jacob, about is in Protestantism, there's this idea of like being genuine before God, right? Like, don't have ritualized prayer. We're not going to have like an iconostasis or anything that keeps us from the center point of the liturgy or whatever liturgical expression they have. And in this Hasidic Masters book, there's this idea that like within this book it says that like Kabbalah tried bringing man up to God, and then Hasidism tried bringing God down to man. And I think from Nachman, am I saying the name correct? He says like God calls us his children, so be like a little child before God, like just pouring out your supplications and whatnot, because it does feel like when you're struggling throughout the day and you're praying about it, you're kind of being whiny, but to hear that that's not like a bad thing is,
Well, I mean, Jesus did have a point when he said, "Don't babble before God." And I have to say, I mean, this is one of the things with me in reading the Gospels is without all the commentary of when you're just looking at the stuff that Jesus himself is saying, he just sounds like a rabbi. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a point. It's a Mishnah in Avot which says, "Do not make your prayers a set thing. Rather, they should be a tachanunim, like a cry out to God." And that's important. And at the same time, there's a thing about liturgy. Look, when you pray, do you think you're really telling God anything he doesn't know? Nope. Right? I mean, the atheists are 100% right in this idea that a prayer where you think you're going to change God's mind is silly. It is. You're not going to change God's mind. What you do when you pray is you open yourself up to what God is trying to tell you, and you acknowledge before God that hopefully you understand some of the lessons that he has for you to learn. And that's what affects change in the world, in that you are moved by your prayers.
Sometimes God, I think he also just does a miracle every once in a while.
That too.
Like apparently in New Hampshire here pretty recently, somebody was distributing communion and said, "Oh Lord, please don't let me run out," and he didn't. Have you seen those news reports yet? Or it's Connecticut, I think, not New Hampshire.
I had not heard that.
I'll see if I can pull it up on the old YouTube here. But there's like yeah. So it's both, but not always the miracle.
Yeah. For sure.
Richard, you're back in your dorm room.
Yeah.
Didn't you have break or something? Or no, that's
No.
Andrew. Okay.
Yeah. Andrew is in his room.
Yeah.
He is.
Oh, you're on spring break, Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This should be my last day back home.
Okay. Nice.
Is it like the Hanukkah miracle that the communion lasted much longer than it was supposed to?
Something like that. Yeah, the multiplication of hosts. It seems to be one of our Lord's favorites. He just keeps on going back to it again and again.
Imagine that.
Oh, I got this Francis of Assisi book a good
By
while
whom?
back by John Sweeney.
John Sweeney.
But yeah.
I've been trying to get Andrew to pick a patron saint that he wants to emulate.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any suggestions, Father?
Oh, St. Francis is a classic. That was my confirmation saint, so hard to argue with that.
He's too high up, though.
There has to be a saint who was a father and a husband and very good at that. Come on.
Oh yeah, sure. Look, is Andrew picking it or is you picking it, Jacob?
Well, I was suggesting that it be a saint that he can try to emulate in his life. And if Andrew wants to become a monk, that's certainly a Christian thing.
It's almost as if, Jacob, you've never heard of the Third Order Franciscans.
I have not.
Yeah, that is a lay participation in Franciscan spirituality. You can become a Third Order Franciscan and live out the charism of St. Francis of Assisi as a ordinary person in the world. You're obviously not going to be quite as poor as he was, but you can still live by that same spirit.
Interesting.
But this isn't like some wacko 70s thing. I think Francis himself actually founded it, and if not, it was very shortly after his time.
So tell us what this third order charism of the lay or whatever.
I have no idea. I'm not a part of it, but you do regular meetings. You meet in kind of like a confraternity, and the goal is to try and live out Franciscan spirituality of the world.
Okay, you're using a lot of words I had never heard. Confraternity and conspirituality, did you just say?
Just confraternity. I don't know where you got conspirituality from. That's usually conspirituality is something else entirely.
Okay.
Yeah. We misheard him, Jacob.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hear that. I heard that too.
Okay.
But yeah, I know.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can get a more stable internet connection. Give me a second here.
All right, sounds good.
Regarding patron saints, though, one thing I've got to ask is like, in the Divine Comedy, you have this idea of like one saint leading up to another, right? Like, Virgil takes Dante up to Cato, and then Cato takes Dante up to Cato and Virgil take Dante up to Beatrice, and then Beatrice up to, Christ. Yeah. And if I take a patron saint, is it like, am I stuck with them forever? Can I say that, Jonah led me to?
You're asking a Jew.
Yeah, I know. That's why I have to ask Father Eric.
Yes.
In the Coptic tradition, do they walk you through that after catechesis, or is that not?
I mean, if I didn't have like a Christian name, I would be given one.
Okay. Right.
I know, like, priests take on a new name.
Right.
So yeah.
Gosh, I would have to take a new name.
Mm.
Unfortunately, I like my name.
Isn't there a Saint
Richard?
Richard?
There's no Saint Richard?
There probably is, but it's not a biblical name, right? So.
Who cares? There's a saint.
True.
He's a saint.
True. There you go.
Oh. 1197.
Yeah.
So looks like a Catholic saint.
It sounds very unlikely to have an Orthodox Saint Richard, so I'm not surprised it's Catholic.
Mm-hmm. One thing I had to ask you about, Father Eric, was in the Divine Comedy, there's this idea of like hierarchy of saints, right? Like Virgil takes Dante up to Cato, and then Saint Beatrice, or not Saint Beatrice, just regular Beatrice, and then the Theotokos, I think, and then all the way up to Christ. If I choose a patron saint, am I just like stuck with them forever, or can I say that like,
No, you can add or subtract.
Okay. Right.
So when I was a lad, I picked St. Francis, and along the way, I've added Thomas Aquinas and St. John Vianney. So,
Wonderful.
Yeah, you just we're not gonna regulate this too tightly. We got enough to regulate as it is. It's like it's hard enough just keeping a baptismal record, a baptismal registry up to date.
Yeah, just keep a database of every single person's patron saint. Sounds like fun.
Oh gosh, it'd be such a waste of time.
I agree. I agree.
Well, apparently there is. I mean, Saint Andrew. It was one of the apostles. Apparently.
Yep.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really love Russian icons. Like, I don't know. That's my connection to the Russian Orthodox Church.
Well, here you go. Saint Andrew icon. This is from Wikipedia, where I get all my knowledge of saints.
Of saints. Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say of everything.
And apparently, Saint Andrew shows up in the Quran.
Really?
Okay. Potential.
Don't they have like Gospel of Thomas and whatnot in there? Right.
Well, okay, so this is what Wikipedia says. The Quranic account of the disciples of Jesus does not include their names, numbers, or any detailed accounts of their lives. Muslim exegesis, however, more or less agrees with the New Testament list and says that the disciples include Andrew.
Okay, include Andrew. Let's see.
So, how are things in South Dakota, Father?
North Dakota. And we're going to get another foot of snow next week. and it hasn't, and none of it, hardly any of it out there is melted yet. It's just
In April,
a foot of snow in April isn't actually that unusual.
Yep.
What is unusual is the fact that we haven't seen any temperatures above 40 degrees since November, early November.
Wow. Okay.
That's a really long time to go without it warming up at least a little bit and starting to melt.
So it's all that global warming.
I could use some global warming right now. Tell you what.
So weird. It's kind of cold here. Not gonna lie.
And this is kind of my last little break before we get going into Holy Week. So yeah.
Yeah, Passover's next week. I was when I saw that on the calendar, I was like, "Whoa!"
We have one more week.
Yeah, there may be flooding. Yeah,
I know.
It could happen if we get a whole bunch of snow and then it starts raining.
Mm.
The nice thing is that none of our buildings have basements. Church doesn't have a basement. School doesn't have a basement. The rectory doesn't have a basement.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, when I visited other places where there are basements, because there are 0 basements in Los Angeles, I kind of wonder why people make basements. Like, why do you have basements?
More
Because
space.
yeah, you can get a lot of extra storage space in there. You just in this area you have to worry about flooding, and got to have your sump pump ready to go. Got to have a battery backup in case the power goes out. Which, if you're in a drier climate, you don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess people just use sheds here because we don't necessarily need storage space for that much stuff.
I couldn't find it, but I had a friend send us. He's in Montana, and it was a picture of a snowman with a sign that said, "When spring is here." It's comical.
One nice thing is that this time of year, the sun is strong enough to melt the snow on the pavement.
Okay.
Pretty much regardless of what the temperature outside is like.
Right.
So we had a few days in the morning where it was below 0 this week, and was still able to, once the sun came out, was actually able to warm things up.
Good.
So at least it's not Arctic temperatures anymore. It's just well below average.
Is it usually this cold in LA, guys, around this time? 'Cause this is not what I signed up for.
This is definitely. I mean, the fact it was raining yesterday in Los Angeles, although it's beautiful right now.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, that's pretty unusual for Los Angeles. It's by the time we're in April, usually like it's summer already.
Okay, got it.
Sarah says basement dwellers need somewhere to live too. Okay.
Yeah, where all the nihilistic 20-something video gamers live,
Covered in Cheeto dust. Yes.
but not in the basement. Where are they gonna be if not in the basement?
How else are they going to hide from the sun?
So, Father Eric, when are you going to be arriving in May for the?
Late on the Wednesday evening before paintball.
Okay.
So, and I'm renting a minivan so I can haul people around.
Oh, okay. I was gonna.
It'll be lit.
I was gonna offer to pick you up from the airport. So.
No,
Cool.
I wanted to be of service. And I'm like, let's just rent the minivan and
Nice.
and I'll be ready to go.
Nice.
Are you flying into Ontario or LAX?
Mhm.
Ontario, yeah, that's best.
That's what you guys said. It's like LAX is a madhouse. I don't want to deal with the madhouse.
Yeah, LAX is definitely much more difficult to get into and out of than Ontario, and Ontario is right next to the church and stuff. So yeah, you actually will not see Los Angeles at all if you're
Nope.
lucky.
Nope.
That's fine by me.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing great things about LA these days.
Well, I won't take you to Our Lady of Angels Cathedral.
Oh, the prison. That's exactly what we were talking about, Andrew.
Whoa.
They spent $158 million on this monstrosity.
I wish it was even a monstrosity. It's first of all, okay, so you have to understand, it's very central in Los Angeles.
What is it called, Jacob?
Our Lady of Angels Cathedral. And so they moved the relics of Saint Vibiana over from Saint Vibiana's, which is a much more beautiful old building. And there are all these beautiful Catholic churches in the area, and it's surrounded by lots of very impressive buildings. And some of them, I mean, yes, they're very modern. Disney. It's not called the Disney. What's it called? It's some sort of building where you have.
Was it like an orchestra hall?
Yeah.
Oh, the Walt Disney
Opera House.
Concert Hall.
Is that what they call it? The Disney Opera House? Anyway, it's in some ways a modern grotesque. Here, I'll pull up the Disney thing so you can look at it. So there are buildings around there which I'm like, oh God, it's probably going to become one of these horrible but it's not even that. Disney Concert Hall, that's what it is.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah. So Disney Concert Hall.
The hall itself is rather interesting, actually. The organ is wow.
So
Yeah.
this is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see if you can find the organ as well.
So yeah, there are monstrosities around, not too far away from.
It looks better in person, I must say. But yeah, it's pretty bad.
But Our Lady of Angels Cathedral isn't even that. It's just blah.
Yeah, it shocked me when I saw it.
It's and they spent over $100 million on it
In 90s money.
Yeah, it really looks like an evangelical mega church campus.
It's like a shopping mall or a prison or something.
Or that, yeah. Or a cross between the two.
Okay, I've never been inside the Disney Concert Hall, but apparently this is the organ.
Yes, it's interesting. Very.
Yeah, it looks like something out of Fantasia. So I guess they're on brand.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to me, at least, if you're going to spend $100 million, at least make it into a monstrosity. That
Yeah. You
doesn't
know what?
stand out at all.
No, it looks like Calvin College, honestly. Like, this reminds me of Calvin College. So Calvin was the first college I visited, and when I got out of the car, it was just like, bleh. Just like brown buildings and like these sharp angles, just terrible.
You know, here's the question: why is it that the Spaniards they get to have this? That's awesome, right there. That's Sagrada Familia in Barcelona.
That's
Like you
bizarre.
put that in downtown LA, you're gonna get people's attention. Tell you what.
Yeah.
Eric Weinstein, that's his favorite building in the world.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, I don't know.
It's a bit odd. It's kind of shocking.
Yeah. I've
Whoa.
heard the inside is like the way the light plays on the inside with the stained glass and stuff is absolutely wonderful.
Oh wow. Oh, that's so weird. What do you know when it was built? Is that
It's
That-
actually pretty modern. That's why I hold it up. Is I don't think they started construction on it until the late 19th century.
okay?
So
The-
it's
The interior looks modern. I was surprised by it when I saw it.
yeah. I think it was actually built with electric lighting in mind too. A lot of these places they had to retrofit the lighting system in there. So yeah,
Yeah, what a bizarre building. Wow.
I don't like Jacob said. You know, at least make it kind of stand out. If you're
Yeah.
in downtown LA and you've got hundreds of millions of dollars to play with,
No, yeah.
And-
Oh,
something with
Okay,
it.
so it's right next to one of the busiest freeways in Los Angeles.
yeah. I've literally driven by this, but like.
Oh, like half of Los Angeles, millions of people drive past it every day. You can't even notice the cross. It just
Oh.
blends into the tower.
Yeah, I've just noticed it. Like it looks like a structural support beam.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a glass.
It's like
Yeah, like I wonder if I can I present here?
yeah, everybody should be able to present. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the most recent great synagogue to be built in Jerusalem.
Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
To like right there.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then there's the tower, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that tower,
Yeah.
I think, has a cross on it, but like you drive right past it, you can't tell it's a church.
No. Oh, there's the bell, like hidden away.
Yeah.
As if it were something shameful.
Yeah. Imagine that. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like why here. So this is a huge building in Jerusalem that was built recently, and frankly, I mean, I when I saw it in Israel, it was impressive. This is the inside.
Yeah, nice.
Ooh, it's got kind of nice, clean, classical feel in there.
Yeah.
Chandeliers too.
Yeah. And so the ladies' balconies are on the left and right, and like it's not the most magnificent of places, but like at least they're trying towards beauty.
Yeah. Restrained beauty.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I tried. I've been very uncritical of Cardinal Mahoney just because in Los Angeles there's such a hatred of the Catholic Church that I take every criticism of him with a ton of salt. At the same time, that I was very critical of like spending that much money and making such a bad contribution. Like Saint Vibiana's is actually pretty. Let me, and when they moved the relics from Saint Vibiana's to the new cathedral, people were upset. So here is Saint Vibiana's. So that's the old.
It's got that
Oh, beautiful.
that Romanesque
Yeah.
architecture. Not a whole lot of light coming in there with that, but pretty recognizably a church.
Yeah. So
And that tower. The tower's interesting.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and just say it. Cardinal Mahoney was a terrible leader, and may God have mercy on his soul. So now you don't have to say it, Jacob.
yeah, the LA Weekly would have cartoons of him on the front that were, if you had similar cartoons of any other religious leader, it would never pass. You could never do something. They would have absolutely irreverent and somewhat disgusting cartoons of him. And it was like if they did that of a rabbi, people would be screaming anti-Semitism, and it's like, and that made me very, very
sympathetic. Not really.
I wasn't necessarily sympathetic of Cardinal Mahoney, but I thought he deserved more respect as the Archbishop of
the largest diocese in the United States.
Right.
I mean, there are a lot of Catholics here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a couple here at Biola. Very few. But they're even here.
Yeah, when Jonathan told me that he went to Calvin as a Catholic, that was interesting.
Well, Calvin would be more open to it. I mean, Biola is better now. Like I've talked with my Catholic friend, and he said it's not that bad. He gets questioned, but
Yeah, a lot of the original Protestant groups, like the Reformed and Lutheran and whatnot, I say they are reverent in attitude, if not in theology. And that's a good thing. I mean, heck, like, if they weren't reverent, I wouldn't be here, you know? So.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think I gotta get going. You guys take care. See you around. Welcome to my new office cubicle.
Thank you for dropping by.
Yeah.
Yeah, if people want to jump on, I mean, I probably should be doing homework and I don't want to, but yeah, kind of feels weird. All three of us are in Los Angeles and we're sitting here on the internet.
Yeah. Well, I have an excuse. Pretty far.
Yeah, and Andrew's even farther. You're down in Orange County, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Oh, so I'm closer to Andrew now. Okay.
For the moment, you are in fact closer than Andrew. Yes.
Okay.
Although I have Andrew's roommate's hat here.
Yep.
Let's see.
Does Shadow like it?
She actually can't reach up there. I put it up.
That's good.
I've been joking with Andrew. It's Shadows now, but I actually put it in a place where she can't. She's been chewing on everything. I just bought her some chew toys, and she plays with some of them. But part of that's why I have glitter all over me now. Is like,
oh dear.
I don't think you can see this, but I bought her some. They're like these tiny balls with glitter that she loves, and she's been playing a lot with. But like now on my socks, there's glitter all over. So that's what happens when you have a kitten. And I did not know this before.
I have a friend who she got a kitten for the first time, but the kitten acts like a dog. Like she walks this cat.
People in Los Angeles do that, and I just don't understand.
Well, she's in Washington,
Okay.
which is similar to LA. At least the town I'm from is similar to LA. Yeah, very bizarre cats. But like the cat, like also like jump on you like a dog, or like chase you like a dog. It's very strange. Let's see.
Yeah, Shadow's kind of very like when I leave, when I come back, she demands I pick her up.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And when Andrew came over, she was like totally all over him.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, she seems very kind.
Stare is from Washington too, apparently.
Okay. That'd be very funny if it was the same person. Very unlikely. But if you're from Bellingham, Sierra, then there's a chance. It's too bad Andrew left, because I was going to propose that we could meet halfway in between at St. Michael's tonight if we wanted to, and grab dinner afterward.
Well, maybe. Well, so Shira gifted me a membership to her synagogue.
Okay.
And I was like, Shira, I appreciate it, but it's not even a conservative synagogue. It's a reform synagogue.
What does? How do you gift a membership? And what does a membership entail?
See, that's the thing. It's a reform synagogue, so I'm like, but then I accepted because she needs like just to support her and stuff, and like, but at the same time, I was like, this doesn't mean I agree to anything Reform believes in. Honestly, every time in the services, they say Mechayeh Hakol instead of Mechayeh Hametim. It just like, I'm like,
the Sadducees, you don't believe in the resurrection. So does that mean you're going to Shabbat tonight? Then
I don't think Andrew's coming.
No.
Okay. No, I send you to St. Michael's. Like, would that be something you would be able to do tonight, or?
How far is it? Let me check.
It's half an hour from here. 35 minutes right now.
I'd probably have to check with my parents. I don't.
What time?
I don't think I'm on my car insurance plan. Is the problem.
But okay.
Yeah.
It says 7.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, actually, I wonder how far am I from Irvine? Because I'm 25 minutes from St. Michael's, so it wouldn't be that bad. Irvine. Directions.
If you guys want to do something this weekend, I just have to plan my homework around it and do my homework, actually. It's funny that all 3 of us are in college.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be opposed to picking you up, Andrew, if you would be willing to do that.
Sure, I'm down. Yeah, I'd love to see a black and white Orthodox church.
Jacob, are you joining us?
I guess we're going to St. Andrews.
Or St. Michael's.
Michael's.
St. Michael's. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So it's at 7. So
It's at 7?
Okay.
Okay.
okay. Do you want to put your address in the private?
Private chat. Yep.
Put it in the public chat.
Okay. Yeah, just well, your address isn't on the internet anymore, because you had your office, right?
My office address was on the
Right.
internet. My my actual address for here isn't on the internet, but like
That's
I've said it plenty of times. I'm
oh, really?
at the corner of National and Sepulveda. Like
Oh, I see.
if anybody wants to find me, it's like I'm not important enough for anybody to care.
Not yet. Not yet. you just haven't
Just
pissed
you
off.
wait, man.
You haven't pissed off enough people.
Well, I mean, remember when that huge channel, like
Yeah.
that huge channel was telling people to come protest at my office, and
When?
Well,
the Black
What?
Hebrew Israelites.
Oh,
These people
they-
kill
Really?
people. These
Yeah.
are murderous people. Yes.
Wow.
And I wasn't afraid of him, and he was shocked about that. But like, he ended up ignoring me because, and he like I think I seriously humiliated him, but like, unfortunately, I wasn't big enough for anybody to care. But no, I actually thought it was possible that people would come to my office. It's just I was in a federal. My office is in a federal building, and it's like, yeah, go ahead, come. Like we have security up the wazoo. So I was not worried, and I'm not worried. It's like, what really? I mean, that's me trying to be greater, and like I'm never going to be some sort of martyr, right?
That's good.
It's like that's just not gonna happen. Me being afraid of martyrdom is like just silly.
I keep telling all of my friends here that Luther should have been a martyr.
Who should have been a martyr? Luther?
Yeah, that gets a conversation.
Like Jan Hus.
Yeah, I stole that from Peugeot, so it's not original for me.
Justice says, "Hey Richard, what are you studying at Biola?" He's studying two things he shouldn't be studying: philosophy and psychology. Actually, psychology is not.
Psychology is fine, Jacob.
Yes, I personally would drop the philosophy major if I were you. I have some friends who are graduating this year, and I'm curious if you bumped shoulders.
It is possible if especially
I'll
if
be
they
back.
especially if they are in Tory, it is more likely. But yeah, if you say what their names are, I don't know if you want to dox them, but it is possible. Biola is relatively small. Like the cafeteria is like one big room, big, like not big room, and you run into the same people, and you get to know everyone. So yeah.
That's good.
Two Orthodox Christians force simple Jews church. Well, it was the opposite 2 weeks ago. So
That's true.
A zealous Orthodox Jew forces two Christians
Orthodox
to
Christians to
synagogue.
go to shul. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
To Jacob, apparently we're forcing you to church.
Yes, you are forcing me. Well, I mean, I have to say, what's worse, going to a Reformed synagogue or a church?
And you said you didn't hate my church either. So
No, I don't. I mean, I don't hate Reformed synagogues either.
that's good. Okay. Oh.
Say hi.
Oh. All right.
awesome.
All right. So
Oh, look at
I'd like a pet. That'd be nice.
Mhm.
My mom wasn't a pet person, so
Mhm.
no siblings and no pets.
Mhm. Yeah, it's funny because I'm pretty sure my Protestant church that my parents go to is celebrating Easter this week. So
Oh, what?
it, yeah. So it's been like Lent is always cut off by me having spring break and going back home. I think if I celebrated Easter twice, that'd be monstrosity.
Really?
Easter before the Jewish Passover, nobody does that.
It's crazy. It's a non-denom church. Of course they do that.
That's so strange. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Like, this was one of the things that Nicaea said, like, as far as the calendar, I believe, if I remember correctly, is you have to have that Easter must be after the Jewish Passover.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a non-denom church. They answer to no man.
Yeah. They answer to the elders and the people, and that's it.
Yeah, try going there and denying the Trinity.
They answer to the elders and the people. And that goes for
or being a
everyone.
Miaphysite.
Yeah,
However you say it.
yeah.
Yep.
Mia or whatever. I don't care.
That's so weird because we have Easter on the 16th, I think. Yeah, the 16th. So 2 week gap. Wow. I wonder when my old church celebrates it. Wait, do your parents go to church, Andrew?
I mean, they go to that non-denom church.
Okay.
My dad usually goes more often because he's like a cultural Christian. You know, he grew up Catholic, Baptist. My mom, however, she's Chinese. She's got that, you know, cultural superstitiousness with
True.
communist atheism.
True.
You know, yeah.
True. Okay, good. My old church isn't that weird. They have Easter next Sunday. Yeah, that's good. It was strange because when I went home for spring break, I went to Orthodox service, and then when I was driving home, I was like, I bet my old church is still going, and so it's on the way back to my house. So I went from Orthodox service to like the last 20 minutes of the Protestant non-denominational sermon.
Mm-hmm.
I hung out with friends afterwards. So
Mm-hmm.
that
That's good.
might be my routine when I go
Yeah.
home. Stuck between two worlds.
And after church, we're going out for hookers and blow, right?
For some kind of substance. Yeah.
Some sort of bacchanal, yes.
Mhm.
The way you said that, for some reason, I'm just thinking of my grandfather right now. Cause
Your
like,
grandfather would go out for bacchanals after.
well, so like, he will very rarely say something like that. And it just like catches you off guard.
Mm.
Kind of like it just did with Jacob. So
We'll say something like hookers and blow, or something like
we'll say
bacchanal.
hookers and blow.
Hookers and blow.
I don't even what is bacchanal. I don't even know what that is.
You know what a bacchanal is. Bacchus. You know who Bacchus is?
Oh yes, I see.
Yes, a bacchanal is
yeah,
a
okay, got it.
Yes.
I've never heard it said before.
said. Oh, okay.
Yeah, got it. I'm like Peterson out here. I don't know how to say these words. What's he saying? He isn't sure I secure. Yeah, that was with Has Andre been back on? Jacob, do you know?
Andre.
Andre, the old BOM guy. Oh, you might not.
Oh, Andre. Yeah.
Yeah, remember he came on like just as you were leaving, I think.
Was that Andre who came on, or when was this?
That when was that, Andrew? Like 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago?
Andre.
Oh, you don't remember
Oh,
that either?
Andre from Australia.
Yes,
That's
Andre from Australia.
Mhm.
yeah. Andre's been staying off the internet for a little bit. He's not.
Okay.
Yeah. He. It was weird that he came on right when I was going to bed, but yeah. He's been having personal issues, and he, for his mental self-preservation, he has that would be the somebody is delivering something to me. Yeah, so for his self-preservation, he's been staying off internet stuff, which I think is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because that was a really good conversation we had. So I was just wondering if he had come back on. But to answer Antonio's question, like, maybe I am just misinterpreting, like, or that's not the way you would say that. Maybe everyone else has the same thing I do, but I just feel like half of, or like there's two modes that I can go into. I can be in rational atheistic mode, and I can be in symbolic faith driven mode. And I feel like the rational atheistic mode is just more dominant in me. And I see the world through that lens more often. And so that just means that it often pokes holes in my faith a lot, and I feel like I'm more I'm not as ready to be as firm in my faith, at least vocally, as a consequence of that. And so that's what I meant. And then I also feel like others around me are more willing to be vocally confident. So
I think part of it is, I mean, so this is part of the problem with sola fide and the unconditional election and all of that stuff, right? There is this belief, particularly in the Protestant tradition, of, oh, if you have doubts, if you don't have full perfect faith in Jesus, or however you define the basics of your faith, right, that you have fallen away and you're damned, right? And honestly, that's part of the reason I read Ezekiel 18 constantly to Protestants.
Yeah.
Is this is a trick of Satan. Like, a human being has ratzo v'shov, has the back and forth of struggling through the night of maybe I should read that thing from Halachic Man again. You know what? I am going to go get my Halachic Man and read it again because I love it so much.
Yeah. I mean, having doubts is part of the struggle. You know?
Halachic Man, note 4 in the back. I made Sandy read the whole thing once. If you don't like it, you guys can jump on and say other things, but I am subjecting you to note 4 from Halachic Man.
Okay.
Oh, the horror.
Even though Kierkegaard disagreed with Hegel's philosophy from beginning to end and made it the object of his fierce, stinging attacks, he nevertheless accepted from him the dialectical principle, with many significant changes, to be sure. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Claire. And this concept of the dialectic, which he and Karl Barth introduced into the analysis of the unfolding of the religious consciousness, and this view concerning the antinomic structure of religious experience, which was revised and refined by Rodolfo Otto in his book, The Idea of the Holy, give the lie to the position that is prevalent nowadays in religious circles, whether in Protestant groups or in American Reform and Conservative Judaism, that the religious experience is of a simple nature, very simple nature. That is, devoid of the spiritual tortuousness present in the secular cultural consciousness of psychic upheavals and of the pangs and torments that are inextricably connected with the development and refinement of man's spiritual personality. This popular ideology contends that the religious shadow wants to climb onto
that was Shadow. Wow.
Yes, that was Shadow
Wow.
trying to climb onto me. This popular where was I? This popular ideology contends that the religious experience is tranquil and neatly ordered, tender and delicate. It is an enchanted stream for embittered souls and still waters for troubled spirits. The person who comes from the field wary, this cat, from the field, who comes in from the field wary, Genesis 25:29, from the battlefield and campaigns of life, from the secular domain which is filled with doubts and fears, contradictions and refutations, clings to religion as does a baby to its mother, and finds in her lap a shelter for his head, the nest of his forsaken prayers. H.N. Bialik, Hachnisi Tachat Kenafeh. And there is comforted for his disappointments and tribulations. This ideology is partially embedded in the most ancient strata of Christianity, partially rooted in modern pragmatic philosophy, but mainly it stems from practical utilitarian considerations. The advocates of religion wish to exploit the rebellious impulse against knowledge, which surges from time to time in the soul of the man of culture. The yearning to be freed from the bonds of culture, that daughter of knowledge which weighs heavy on man with its questions, doubts, and problems, and the desire to escape from the turbulence of life to a magical, still, and quiet island, and there to devote oneself to the ideal of naturalness and vitality. This Rousseauian ideology left its stamp on the entire Romantic movement from the beginning of its growth until its final, tragic manifestations in the consciousness of contemporary man. Therefore, the representatives of religious community are inclined to portray religion in a wealth of colors that dazzle the eye as a poetic Arcadia, a realm of simplicity, wholeness, and tranquility. Most of the sermons of revivalists are divided in equal measure between depicting the terrors of hellfire and describing the utopian tranquility that religion can bestow upon man. And that which appears in the sermons of these preachers in a primitive, garbled form, at times interwoven with a childish naivete and superficial belief, is refined and purified in the furnace of popular philosophy and theology, and becomes transformed into a universal religious ideology which proclaims, if you wish to acquire tranquility without paying the price of spiritual agonies, turn on to religion. If you wish to achieve a fine psychic equilibrium without having to first undergo a slow, gradual personal development, turn on to religion. And if you wish to achieve an instant spiritual wholeness and simplicity that need not be forged out of the struggles and torments of consciousness, turn on to religion. Get thee out of thy country. This is a sarcastic rendition of the verse from Genesis, which is filled with anxiety, anguish, and tension. And from thy birthplace, which is so frenzied, raging, and stormy, to the land that is enveloped by the stillness of peace and tranquility, to the Arcadia wherein religion reigns supreme. The leap from the secular world to the religious world could not be simpler and easier. There's no need for a process of transition with all its torments and upheavals. A person can acquire spiritual tranquility in a single moment. Typical of this attitude is the Christian Science movement. It would appear to me that there is no need to explain the self-evident falsity of this ideology. First, the entire romantic aspiration to escape from the domain of knowledge, the rebellion against the authority of objective scientific cognition, which has found its expression in the biologistic philosophies of Bergson, Nietzsche, Spengler, Klages, and their followers, and in the phenomenological, existential, and anti-scientific school of Heidegger and his coterie, and from the midst of which there arose in various forms the sanctification of vitality and intuition, the veneration of instinct, the desire for power, the glorification of the emotional affective life, and the flowing, surging streams of subjectivity, the lavishing of extravagant praise on the Faustian type and the Dionysian personality, etc., have brought complete chaos and human depravity to the world. And let the evidence of the present era be proof. He wrote this right after World War II. The individual who frees himself from the rational principle and who casts off the yoke of objective thought will in the end turn destructive and lay waste the entire created order. I quote this line constantly. Therefore, it is preferable that religion should ally itself with the forces of clear logical cognition, as uniquely exemplified in the scientific method, even though at times the two might clash with one another, rather than pledge its troth to beclouded, mysterious ideologies that grope in the dark corners of existence, unaided by the shining light of objective knowledge, and believe that they have penetrated to the secret core of the world. And second, this ideology is intrinsically false and deceptive. That religious consciousness in man's experience, which is most profound and most elevated, which penetrates to the very depths and ascends to the very heights, is not that simple and comfortable. On the contrary, it is exceptionally complex, rigorous, and tortuous. Where you find its complexity, there you find its greatness. The religious experience from beginning to end, it's antinomic and is antinomic and antithetic. The consciousness of homo religiosus flings bitter accusations against itself and immediately is filled with regret, judges its desires and yearnings with excessive severity, and at the same time steeps itself in them, casts derogatory aspersions on its own attributes, flails away at them, but also subjugates itself to them. It is in a condition of spiritual crisis, of psychic ascent and descent, of contradiction arising from affirmation and negation, self-abnegation. Where was I? Sorry. Self-abnegation and self-appreciation. The ideas of temporality and eternity, knowledge and choice, necessity and freedom, love and fear, the yearning for God and the flight from his glorious splendor, incredible, overbold daring, and an extreme sense of humility, transcendence and God's closeness, and the profane and the holy, etc., struggle within his religious consciousness, wrestle and grapple with each other. This one ascends and this descends, this falls and this rises. Religion is not, at the outset, a refuge of grace and mercy for the despondent and desperate, an enchanted stream for crushed spirits, but a raging, clamorous torrent of man's consciousness, with all its crises, pangs, and torments. Yes, it is true that during the third Sabbath meal at dusk, as the day of rest declines, and man's soul yearns for its creator, and is afraid to depart from the realm of holiness, whose name is Sabbath, into the dark and frightening secular workaday week, we sing the psalm, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters," etc. And we believe with our entire hearts in the words of the psalmist. However, this psalm only describes the ultimate destination of homo religiosus, not the path leading to that destination. For the path that eventually will lead to the green pastures and to the still waters is not the royal road, but a narrow, twisting footway that threads its course along the steep mountain slope as the terrible abyss yawns at the traveler's feet. Many see the Lord passing by, and a great and strong wind rending mountains and shattering rocks. And after the wind, an earthquake, and after the earthquake, a fire. But only a few prove worthy of hearing the still small voice. 1 Kings 19:11-12. Out of the straits have I called, O Lord. Psalm 118:5. Out of the depths I have called unto thee, O Lord. Psalm 131. Out of the straits of inner opposition and incongruities, spiritual doubts and uncertainties, out of the depths of the psyche rent with antinomies and contradictions, out of the bottomless pit of a soul that struggles with its own torments, I have called unto thee, O Lord. And when the Torah testifies that Israel in the end would repent out of an anguish and agony, cf. Maimonides' Laws of Repentance 7:5, in your distress when all these things are come upon you, and you will return unto the Lord your God, Deuteronomy 4:30. It had in mind not only physical pain, but also spiritual suffering. The pangs of searching and groping, the tortures of spiritual crises and exhausting treks of the soul purify and sanctify man, cleanse his thoughts and purge them of the husks of superficiality and the dross of vulgarity. Out of these torments, there emerges a new understanding of the world, a powerful spiritual enthusiasm that shakes the very foundations of man's existence. He arises from the agonies, purged and refined, possessed of a pure heart and new spirit. It is a time of agony unto Jacob, but out of it shall he be saved. Jeremiah 30, verse 7. I.e., from out of the very midst of the agony itself, he will attain eternal salvation and redemption. The spiritual stature and countenance of the man of God are chiseled and formed by the pangs of redemption themselves. Was that long enough? Claire has turned on her video and wants to join us. Should I let Claire on?
You should. I would love to.
I don't think I've met her before.
Hello,
Hello.
Claire.
Hello, Claire. Let's see. There were a couple of things I wanted to comment.
Hello.
There you are. Hello, Claire.
Mhm.
There was a list of 3 things there. Where it was people don't want X, Y, Z, so they turn to religion, right? I feel like Protestantism actually deals well with 2 out of 3 of them. The third being the roughness of the conscious life in religion. Because I feel like, Luke 9:23 is a favorite passage.
What's
for-
Luke 9:23?
And he said to them all, if anyone would come after me, he must deny themselves, take up their cross daily, and follow me. Favorite passage for people, but that doesn't often get transferred to the propositional belief, the doubts, all of that. And it was my experience that when I preached Genesis 31, Jacob wrestling with God at my high school, it resonated extremely potently with people. Because they had never heard a message about the necessity of wrestling with doubts in the life of faith. So yeah, it is interesting. I think it definitely applies on the conscious level. But
Well, I mean, okay. I don't think, while he did say that it's pervasive in Protestant Christianity and comes from the straits, like the deepest strata of Christianity, I don't think it has to be that way. Like when I spoke about Mary Sue Jesus, right?
Yep, sure.
And Paul Vanderklay was like, well, you don't get that from the Gospels. You might get that from certain Sunday schools.
Yep.
But Jesus is not living life in Mary Sue mode, right? Obviously not. That's like, if you're reading the Gospels and you're thinking Jesus is Mary Sue, you're like, no, that's not what's going on here. And I would say specifically the temptation of Jesus, right? Jesus goes out into the wilderness and is tempted by Satan, right? That's not Mary Sue Jesus. And at the same time, I think you will find Protestants arguing whether Jesus was tempted at all.
Yes, and well, not whether he was tempted, but they'll argue, even I'll argue, because I don't know exactly what it means. They'll argue about what exactly it means for Jesus to be tempted, right? Because we have this notion that he could not sin, right? And so that's where the tension point is like, okay, did Jesus experience the desire to, or was he just confronted with it? Like, that's where the tension is. And because of that tension, that can also lead you to read that passage in a Mary Sue way, where Jesus, isn't really challenged by it at all.
So Claire wants me to talk about the idolatry of the Trinity, and honestly, I think the development of Jesus into this divine figure is exactly what causes Jesus to become a Mary Sue who wasn't truly tempted, that Jesus couldn't have sinned. Jesus is born of a virgin, and by the way, the Quran also has that silly idea of being born of a virgin.
It's just being polite.
But it's the idea that we somehow are going to be like a Jesus who was born of a virgin is self-contradictory itself.
Well,
I
yeah.
mean-
Well, we can't all be Jesus. God, who is God? We can't be God, can we?
Well, that's theosis and sanctification.
Yeah,
That's Genesis. So the idea that
Or
that
self-worship.
So part of that, this is part of the problem of Christianity, and I completely agree. Christianity fails to understand what Genesis 1 talks about when it says that human beings were created in the image of God, and that we have a capacity to represent God in the world. That's Genesis 1. That's Judaism. It's Christianity who then takes a person who was trying to represent God in the world, which I believe Jesus was, and says, oh, if he does that, he was born of a virgin. If he does that, he has what, God's feces? Is that what you call it, Andrew? Right? He is uniquely begotten of God.
He's saying PHYSIS.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the Greek word for, you could say, nature, or
Got
I
it.
don't think
Feces.
it's
Feces.
just
Feces, yeah.
There you go.
And
And well, I think like that. See, I think all of the critiques you have, Jacob, can be addressed, and I think should be addressed, and are best addressed in holding a proper tension between Christ's humanity and his divinity. Right? Because with the divinity, you do get a very coherent, powerful, compelling theology of the atonement. You do get the resonance of just as Adam was born without father, so was Christ. You get those resonances. You do get the perfect the notion of the sacrifice of God Himself. But I think, like you said, if you read the Gospels, you do see also the humanity of Him, but I think that can that can coexist very well with His divinity, in a way that doesn't have to fall into a negation of His humanity.
Well, I think that's what Father Stephen's trying to do. And I think that's, in some sense, what the monarchical trinity is, again, attempting to do. And that's why, when I talk about it, I say that, Muslim conceptions of God as this monistic thing is as far off from what I believe is the truth, which is the Jewish conception, as
It's the same.
as the Trinity.
Don't Jews and Muslims agree on the oneness of God, Jacob?
To some extent, yes. And I much prefer. I think that the Muslim introduction to God is one that is far less problematic than the Christian one, because for children and on a first level reading, I think the Muslim one will not lead you astray the way that the Trinity will. At the same time, I think that the Trinity has a spark of truth within it, which adults looking at God and his relationship, the relationship of the ineffable God being represented and revealed in the world, will have to struggle with, which causes Islam to have all the problems they have with iconoclasm and I would say almost worship of Muhammad.
Well, they're not meant to worship Muhammad. It's a peculiar thing, but the Muslims are not supposed to think of any prophet of God as divine. So they shouldn't be doing that.
They shouldn't be, but you see that when Muslims talk about blasphemy, they include in that offending Muhammad.
Well, actually, I have no compulsion in saying that they're wrong.
Okay.
And they can argue about it, but the fact is, if they say that Muhammad is not divine, then all this hero worshipping of him is unnecessary and gets them into trouble. I mean, all this sort of pedo prophet stuff. I mean, it can be easily dealt with, like, well, he may or may not have been a pedo if they keep calling him that. But the fact is, he was just a postman, right? He was just a postman. He delivered the message. Nobody's arguing about it. If your postman delivers your letters to you reliably, are you going to be?
But that's why you have the
Sunnah.
But that's why you have the Sunnah, Claire. That's why
a lot of it is full of shit. A lot of it is full of shit.
Oh, a lot of things are. But
yeah. I mean, the one about stoning adulterers. Do you know that the stupid excuse they give? The goat ate that particular verse. It's like the dog ate my homework. They should grow up. So they think it's okay to impute a capital offense.
So Claire,
why isn't mentioned in the Quran?
Claire, why are you an advocate of Quranism then?
Well, because it doesn't have all that hadithic shit.
But
the one about stoning adulterers, saying that music isn't allowed, and all the really restrictive things that people hate. It's all in the hadith. The Quran is actually quite a liberal document, but you wouldn't know it the way they behave, right?
I mean, I have to say the Quran is actually pretty short, and
you have read it then.
I've read some of it. Part of the problem with it is it's unintelligible outside of a Christian background. Like, you can't understand what the Quran is saying if there is no Christianity.
I didn't find that problem at all. I mean, I read it. It was actually quite a good read. I read the Penguin N.J. Dharma translation.
And it talks about Jesus and Mary and Abraham and Moses, and it doesn't explain. It's not a self-contained book.
Well, obviously there will be, notes and annotations and footnotes required, but I think on the whole, it works. And if you don't really know what is meant by Muhammad, splitting the moon and whatever, it's of no matter as long as the rules are followed. And the most important thing is really the rules, what you can and cannot do. And really, when you think about it, there's only two divine revelation made by the Abrahamic God, the Torah to Jews, and the Quran to humanity. And there's only two to choose from because the rest of it is idolatry. Hinduism is idolatry, Christianity is idolatry, and Buddhism.
So what's wrong with idolatry, Claire?
Pardon?
What's wrong with idolatry?
It means that you pay the opportunity cost of not being rightly guided by the Quran.
Okay.
If you're being guided by the Quran, then how are you not being idolatrous in the Quran?
What do you mean? I'm not worshipping anything. If you think following the book is idolatry, then I think you're stretching the meaning.
Okay, fine.
I mean, obviously, God revealed the Quran because His laws are in it, and He expects us to follow them in the same way that the Torah is, contains. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
I have to say this is the most reasonable argument I've ever heard Claire make.
I think all my arguments are reasonable.
Most people think you're crazy.
Yeah, but it's because they hate my idea. They hate my solution, and it's usually Christians.
Well, yeah, I mean the idea of secular
that it's kaput.
The idea of secular Quranism is an oxymoron.
Well, okay, this is how it works. Supposing America adopts it tomorrow, and most Americans would be, well, non-Muslims, but I'm saying secular Quranism is for non-Muslims, and I'm saying that in 2 or 3 generations, most Americans would be Muslims, and then it just slides into Islam.
So, Claire, how long have you been advocating for secular Quranism?
Since 2009. Well, I first thought of it in 2009, and
Okay, so it's been 14 years.
Well, I've been doing okay, considering nobody has come up with a better idea.
No.
I've given them all this time to come up with a better idea.
Claire,
They can't do it. They can't do it.
Claire, how come other than Carol, and I don't know if Carol actually exists, other than Carol, you don't have, and you're an actually very active person on the internet. Like lots and lots of people have been exposed to your ideas, but But the problem is you haven't convinced anybody.
Well, because they're Islamophobes.
Fine.
Of course they are. How do you intend on solving that problem? Well, actually,
by screaming at people that
Israel
they're
is very
Islamic?
helpful. I'm going to say, if you're complaining about your government, which it seems a lot of Americans are, social conservatives, Republicans, why are they, doing all these terrible things and we can't do anything about it? And I'm saying to Americans, your problem is that you don't have an official religion. And this means that in effect, Congress has the right to just changing your laws in any way they like.
Okay, but I want to address on a more meta level. Let's for the moment say secular Quranism is the greatest idea out there and everybody should adopt it. Why is it that even though you've been advocating for it a lot and you've been a very, very vocal, and I would say you're obviously very smart, and you've been working very hard on this for 14 years. Why is it that you have made no progress in your, what are you doing to actually progress?
People at the bottom will be just Islamophones, so they're just going to hate it, and
so then secular Quranism isn't going to
over
work.
My dead body, right?
So it's not practical.
No.
So you should abandon
the
it.
people at the bottom don't matter. They don't matter at all because their minds can be easily reset by the Fourth Estate, and the Fourth Estate. By the Fourth Estate, I mean the mainstream media, and I'm at the moment it's very tightly controlled by the CIA, and they don't allow many opinions that they regard as dangerous to be platformed on mainstream media, and I understand that. But things are changing very quickly.
But you still don't have any converts.
Converts is a wrong word. I want supporters, and ideally, the supporters I look for would be in senior positions of political power. But it does appear to me that they don't trust each other. We may complain about not enjoying free speech, but they enjoy even less free speech. They can't discuss anything honestly with each other
Claire,
because they're afraid of being betrayed by each other.
Claire, you just said you want supporters, correct?
I want what?
You want supporters.
Yes, that would be nice.
Okay. And so let's say that somebody is listening to you right now and they are convinced by you. How would they support you?
They would have to talk about secular Quranism with somebody in real life that they know.
Do you have a website, Claire, where I can learn about?
I have. Thank you for asking. I'm on LinkedIn, which is with all the links about secular Quranism and where I am on social media, but I'm mostly on Facebook. And what was I going to say? Okay.
So you have a secular Quranism Facebook page?
They keep deleting it. So I did have one. So I now just have my Facebook page, and I guess that will have to do if you want to ask me questions about it. But I have this sort of survey.
You should start a Substack.
I have and the website.
Yeah, those are good.
Substack website. Because I think.
Well, we can have a blog.
Bruce, I have to warn you, Claire Kaw is a internet personality.
It's an amazing human being.
I'm somewhat of a personality myself.
I would agree.
Claire is notorious in very many circles on the internet.
Oh, okay.
She is, and usually I do not allow her on my channel, but she has agreed to turn on her video camera, so I'm letting her on my channel.
Well, you let people like me on, so I think there's.
I very rarely restrict people from my channel. I try very hard not to restrict people, but Claire is uniquely disruptive in her in her engagement in discourse.
Okay.
Although she's been very good today.
Voice,
What's that, Andrew?
You have a deep bass voice.
Okay.
Which makes everyone like you.
Is that Richard? Hey, Richard. Nice to see you, man. It's been a long time.
I know. Good to see you.
Andrew and Richard and I are going to church tonight. You're welcome to come with us, Bruce.
Oh.
You mean like online?
No.
I don't think I can. I'm pretty far away from you guys, I think.
Yeah, I was joking. Yeah, it's in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Wait, are you in LA now, Richard?
Yeah, I'm at Biola.
Oh, good for you. Yeah. Nice. I remember when you were just in high school.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, Jacob, me and Bruce go back to the Pangburn Discord server.
Oh.
Quite a ways ago,
yeah.
Claire, were you involved with Pangburn at all?
Who? No,
Pangburn?
I don't remember.
Okay.
What's that?
He was philosopher type guy.
Yeah, he got involved with the IDW types for a while and put on a few events and then imploded.
When things went sideways financially and it's hard to recover.
Never heard of him.
Okay.
He's still going.
Yeah, he's still doing some stuff. Surprisingly, he's still getting some A-list guests for different podcasts, things like that.
So Claire is an advocate of what she calls secular Quranism.
It's Sharia for the West.
Oh, okay.
But for non-Muslims.
For non-Muslims, so it's like Noahide? but Muslim?
Yeah, I mean, because I'm saying that the First Amendment was based on Chapter 2, verse 256 of the Quran, which says there is no there is no compulsion in belief. Truth stands clear from error. And I believe that's what the First Amendment is based on. And the Quran is the only holy book that actually mentions freedom of belief. No other scripture even talks about it. We know the Jews don't,
what belief? I'm
don't
sorry.
enjoy
freedom of belief.
Freedom of belief?
Yeah. So it's saying, as long as you obey the laws, we're not going to force you to, become Muslim. Is basically the problem.
Oh, I see.
But I mean,
you don't think the Christians have a position to uphold the First Amendment?
I don't understand your question.
So you're stating that there's no other faith, tradition, or holy book that yields or grants freedom of belief?
No.
Okay. You don't think that there's a position in the New Testament that separates the conscience of an individual from the state?
There's nothing that says that, and traditionally Christianity has been used by absolute monarchs who insisted that their subjects had to follow their religion. That was really the practice of Christianity since it was established in Rome. That the only kind of Christian you could be was the only kind of Christian the state said you could be. And there were a few changes at the beginning of its inception. I mean, when it was first established in Rome, it was Arianism under Constantine and his son. And after his son died, it switched over to Trinitarianism, and that's how it's been since the Edict of Thessalonica, which was passed in 380, when it said that the only kind of Christian allowed in the empire was the Trinitarian kind. So the Arians were basically kicked out.
Bruce, I have to warn you, getting involved in Claire's craziness is a bad idea.
Well, it's historical fact. You can look it up in Wikipedia.
What do you think about the Roman Republic?
Well, Christianity couldn't prevent Rome from falling. So that's something to bear in mind. But after Rome collapsed, it was still the only religion around, and it was propagated to these different Christian kingdoms, European kingdoms that subsequently accepted the bargain of Rome. There were missionaries sent out to Britain.
But I mean, there's a freedom of belief within the.
No, there wasn't. I mean, you may have heard of the practice of burning heretics.
No, Roman Republic. I mean, before the empire. That's what I'm talking about.
So would you prefer...
Yes, okay, there was freedom of belief before that, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. And we have to ask ourselves why Constantine felt he had to change the religion of Rome. Obviously, because nobody believed in it anymore. There was a lot of civil disorder and, different warlords wanting to be the Roman emperor.
Wow.
Just so people understand who they're dealing with, these are the images Claire is best known for. She is quite infamous in certain circles.
I am known in nationalism.
You're known to be provocative, Claire.
Well, I don't have a party. I, have to make my name somehow.
My understanding of your methods has been that you are not actually trying to gain adherents. You are actually trying to gain opponents.
Well, there will be opponents because people will instinctively hate my ideas.
Right,
Because
and I think you're trying to.
there are
I think you're
elements of
trying to
racism and elements
incite.
of Islamophobia and also anti-Semitism, because these people who are afraid and angry will cling to the religion of their ancestors, which is kaput, which is why you are the way you are. You know that there's some God out there, but it doesn't work anymore, and it kind of doesn't make sense, right? This idea of Jesus being God, born of a virgin, all that sort of thing.
And your
I mean-
so I think your idea seems to be to ridicule ideas you don't like by making them unpalatable and inviting people to argue against them.
Of course, that's a whole idea of polemics and political engagement. Obviously, the reason why Westerners don't think secular Quranism is the answer is because they're trying very hard to make themselves think that Christianity, the corpse of Christianity, can be resurrected. And I'm saying, no, it can't be. And anyway, it was idolatry and blasphemy. And the
Are you
sooner
a
put it
Christian,
out, the
Claire?
better.
Are you a Christian, Claire?
No, but I have investigated its theology.
How familiar are you, Claire, with Christian Reconstructionism and theonomy?
I'm not.
Okay. So there's a tinge of what you're stating that exists in the Christian right. It's been there for quite a while. I myself a theonomist.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
What is it?
So there's an idea. The most basic way to describe it would be that God's law is for today, right? So it sounds like what you're saying as well, right? So there's a profitable gain for all of the nations, including the sojourner, to fall under the law.
The new Novo Canon.
What is
As
this law?
Christians. The law in this case would be the general equity of the Ten Commandments. Although the Mosaic Covenant could be used as case study for, case law in some cases, but that would be.
You didn't watch. You didn't watch my video. I'm guessing why is Protestant theology so bad? Part 4, I think it was. Doug Wilson, where I talk about theonomy.
I know Doug.
So he's the smartest person I wish I could talk to because I need to ask him certain questions. I listen to what he taught to his speeches. He's a very intelligent person, which makes me wonder why he misses some what I think are glaring inconsistencies in his ideas.
Do you mention this in your in the video? I'll watch it.
Yeah. The video is completely. It's a reaction to one of his videos.
Yeah, Wilson and I are different in many ways, but similar in a lot. So I'd be interested to see what you say. That way you don't have to rehash it all to me here.
Bruce, I just wanted to quickly ask you: is it Christian nationalism that you're talking about?
Yeah, some people you could call it Christian nationalism, although it's difficult to use the term because it's been used to portray a neo-Nazi white supremacist angle. But technically, yes.
Well, Claire isn't exactly shy in her support.
I'm just saying, there's some people call it that. Some people call it Christian nationalism, and they've even ascribed to it. Like it's one of those things where people will adopt it just to recapture the word. In common parlance, that typically means white supremacy, a bit essentially. But
well, I mean, Claire, would you call yourself? Would Claire call herself an Islamic nationalist? Would you adopt?
No, I have to call myself a secular Quranist because I don't want to be mixed up with the real Muslims who whose parents are Muslim and I see myself as a more like a political scientist. I'm saying there's obviously there's only one religion to choose from. If you have a problem and you live in the West, you can't adopt Hinduism or Buddhism because it's not your tradition.
Sure.
Most of you are not Jews. If Christianity is kaput, then obviously Islam is the Christianity adjacent religion.
So why not become atheist?
Because atheism has got us where we are. If you don't have any, what do atheists? What atheist principles? We don't know what they are. We sort of know, the Jews have 13 principles and their 10 commandments, and but what are atheist principles? It's just all these different atheists, having their own lived experience, which they, which isn't a religion, because a religion means you are a group of people, and you get together and say, we believe in this story and we agree to relate with each other using these rules, and we never eat pork, and we always rest on the Sabbath, or something like that.
Sure. Well, so do you envision the Quran in secular Quranism playing a bigger role than just providing laws, or do you think it will provide story and ritual and shared practice as well?
Yeah, because if it becomes a law, it will be, okay, so we are, are we Muslim or maybe not? But people will know what the laws are, and that will help, because, if people don't know what the laws are, because they keep changing, and even with the Constitution in America, your politicians, make these amendments. Are 27 now, right?
Yep.
And not everybody remembers them, not everybody agrees with them, and some of them are very dubious. And I'm sure the founding fathers would have something to say about LGBT and transgenderism and gay marriage, and there's basically sort of too much disagreement, and even if not everybody agrees about the new moral system, they would at least have a kind of official handbook, right? This is what Jews and Muslims have. It's like, well, that is not in the Quran. The Quran doesn't say this, or it does say it. Well, Christianity, the New Testament, it doesn't really say anything. It's just a lot of vague statements
Claire,
that
so
aren't law.
It's not a political document.
Claire, you trained as a solicitor. You're qualified barrister in the United Kingdom, and you ran. Was it for mayor? What did you run for?
I never got there, but I guess if I hadn't been expelled, I would have been the London mayoral candidate for the British National Party.
Right, and so my first question is why you've decided to take the tack you have in advocating for secular Quranism on the internet, as opposed to continuing your campaigns in the UK in real life. But also, why don't you why aren't you engaging with the legal system that you're trained to deal with?
You can't really do much as a lawyer.
You can advocate. You can bring cases. Lawyer.
Okay, I know somebody who's leftist, who I met and on some kind of seminar. He's in trouble. He got kicked out of his chambers, and he's on Twitter. John Holbrook is his name. So, as an individual with a job, he probably will be reluctant to say a lot of the things that I do.
Richard, I think you're breathing into your mic there a little bit.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thanks.
Yeah, there are certainly cases you could get involved in, but you spend a lot of time on the internet advocating for Americans, and you speak to a bunch of Israelis, and you
yes, thank you for noticing. Yes, let me tell you my grand plan. So, obviously, I would. Global secular Quranism is the goal. Okay?
Mhm.
So if the Americans adopt it first, then all its vassal states, and this includes Israel, will fall in line. So if America adopts it, then and America needs it because it hasn't got an official religion. And the reason why it's so evil is because it hasn't got an official religion, and it's it's not too late to get itself one.
So have you?
Would you say that there are any examples of, say, Muslim states that exhibit the kind of functionality that you want, presumably because they have a state religion? Or are there no examples of what you envision?
Well, I suppose are you saying? Are you asking me?
So I'm just curious why you think this vision will work if every other system seems to have flaws of some kind.
Oh, you're saying look at these sort of basket case Muslim countries and these shithole Muslim countries like we. Great question. I'm saying, if you ask these countries, they would say, well, we're victims of Western imperialism, and I'm saying, and because I've spoken to these people, and I just realised that they just learn their religion in a really retarded way. Most of these Muslims are not even Arabic speakers, but they kind of like to learn it, and then they, because it's a phonetic language, they can pronounce the words, and they pronounce the words, and they do this, and they read, and they have no idea what it says. They don't even bother reading it in their own language, and so they don't know what it says, and it's because. When I talked to them and I thought, oh, I made this point, I made that point about the Quran, and they sort of appeared to agree with me. And then sort of years later, they say, oh, I've just read the Quran in English. And I thought, oh, that's why, I was just not really getting through to you, because you didn't know what I was talking about because just because you were a Muslim political activist, I assumed that you had read the Quran, but actually you hadn't. And and you just admitted it, and most of them are like that. I mean, I guess that they're as knowledgeable as people in the West claiming to be Christian as they are about the New Testament. So most people who call themselves Christian probably don't really know what it says, and really haven't read the Bible.
Oh, I have to say, most Muslims are very offended by the types of things that Claire says, and I think she's deliberately making fun of Islam.
Well, I am saying.
Sorry, I have to depart. It was good talking. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Oh.
See you, Richard.
Bye, Richard.
Bye, Richard.
Hey, Chad, how you doing?
Hi, Chad.
Hi.
Chad, do you know of Claire?
No, I've never heard of Claire.
Okay, I'm getting the impression you've heard of Claire.
I don't know anything about her though. I should talk to Claire as if Claire's in the room, because she is. No, I'm not. I've only heard, I've never heard anything really positive. I really don't know anything about you, to be quite honest. Because I don't really care to. But tell me about. So can you tell me about you as a person, and
you can ask me questions.
Yeah,
I know you're an alcoholic.
I am. Yeah, it's kind of a cool thing.
And you go to AA meetings.
Lots of them. Yeah. I have for quite a while. Yeah. Well, let's hear a little bit about you, some of your personal story. What was it like growing up and stuff like this?
Well, I came to the UK in my teens. I went to boarding school. I stayed.
Where'd you come from? Yeah, where'd you come from?
Malaysia.
Okay.
I didn't know
Did
that. You say you were raised in Malaysia?
Yes.
Oh, so do you? Is it Malaysian? Is that the language there? Malay?
Malay is the language,
Mm.
but it
So
is very similar to Indonesian.
And so you know that language, I'm assuming.
Yes, I can speak that.
Okay. Interesting. And how was the transition? Like, what were the major differences you experienced from going from Malaysia to the UK? How were the societies very different?
Well, I mean, it would be. I would have to expect differences since I was going to a day school and then I went to a boarding school in another country, so the routine was different. But I survived and made friends and liked it. I liked the country enough to stay.
So did your parents come with you? Or you went to a boarding school?
No, my parents remained in Malaysia.
Oh. Huh. Was that difficult?
Not really. It happens. I'm not that unusual. I mean, Malaysian students do come over to the UK and go to boarding school and go on to university and all that sort of thing. I mean, the British were in Malaysia.
Mm-hmm.
So why does Jacob think that you're so strange? I don't want Jacob to answer this because I don't really know. I want you to answer this. I don't know why. What's the big deal?
I think Jacob is an Islamophobe, so he would hate secular Quranism. Actually, this is a question I was thinking to myself today and the last few days, and it is how people react to me. And they get really angry. It's like, how dare you? How dare you propose a solution? We wouldn't even dream of proposing a solution because, well, we're just plebs bobbing along at the bottom, and nobody would listen to us anyway. If you're talking to the proles and plebs, right? That I think that is. I mean, okay. Apart from the sort of racial, resentment, it's like, well, who are you to tell us what to do, kind of thing. Right, I mean that's kind of to be expected, and
okay. No, I didn't know you were done talking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was waiting for your next question, but so I think a lot of people have this like, who are you to think you have a solution? How dare you think you have a solution? How dare you think you have the solution? Go away, be off with you. And it's and how are you going to get it done? We're not going to help you. It's that kind of thing, really. And most of the time, I find they can't just sort of go on to examine the idea on its own merits. It's like, oh well, we're going to label you some terrorist, jihadist, extremist, radical, and just to keep you bumping along at the bottom because we hate your idea and how dare you. Yeah, it's that's the impression I get. And of course, the people at the top are not interested in solutions that are not from their own group.
Mm-hmm. Well, who's the top? Who is this top that we're talking about?
Well, the political establishment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for crying out loud, so many of us have talked about. I know, like, I've never actually reached out to anybody at the top to talk to them, but like guys like Gavin, and he's like reached out to people at the top to offer solutions and says they don't respond. And so
they don't.
Yeah, they don't respond.
I did try the more political route of trying to, and I found that it was a waste of my time to try to affect. So one of the things with my history is I I studied government because I was hoping to contribute to making it better. And it was very depressing to me to see that there was no interest in actually improvement. The system was not interested in improvement.
Yeah, and I think they're afraid of being cancelled by the others, like, oh, you said this crazy idea. How can you even entertain such a crazy idea? You know, like democracy is our sacred religion. How dare you question it? You know, it's that kind of idea. And oh yes, Christianity is our identity, and so is liberalism. The sacred cows, we can't question it.
There's so many secret religions that we're engaging in. It's ridiculous. We're on one right now. It's really weird. It's called the internet. Anyways, so what is your so like you're like, would you say that you're a somewhat popular personality then on the internet then? Or I don't know anything about you. So far here's what I'm gathering. People are afraid of you because you seem to have different ideas or strange ideas, which sound like something from the Islamic ideas. And
yes.
Okay, and how did you?
But I'm not Muslim, so that annoys them too.
Okay, so then how did you gain platform? And the other thing is how did you find the corner, and what are you interested in the corner? What do you find interesting about it? And I think that's all I have.
Okay, I'll try and answer your question. I see. I've forgotten your first question already.
You're somewhat of a popular.
Oh, how did I?
Of some sort?
Well, I suppose. Well, some people have been calling me a social influencer, but I don't think it's really true. I mean, I do have this idea which is easy to understand and remember and to repeat and pass on, and I suppose it has a kind of emotional impact on Islamophobes, and most Westerners are Islamophobes, and it gets them really angry because they can't think of anything better. And so over the years I've had advice like, call it something else. Do call it Quranism. Call it something else. Maybe we might like it a bit more. It's all crazy. It's like even if I did, people will know it. It's like Yapa One. You just change its name, and So I think the problem is psychological. Everybody is neurotic, and recently I was thinking of the Aztecs, like the Aztec priests. I'm sure there were some decent ones who said, hey, maybe it's not necessary to kill people every day to make the sun rise up the next day. Maybe we don't have to do it, and I feel bad doing it. And imagine if one of them had said to the others, they would have been kicked out. It's like, well, what, are we going to just stop doing it and admit that we were wrong? And won't the people just kill us for, saying we killed all those people unnecessarily and the sun would just rise even if we didn't conduct human sacrifice? I mean, there's an equivalent form of it in Catholicism, right? Copernicus, Galileo, and they were so determined. Well, the Catholic Church was so determined to shut Galileo and Copernicus up. When he said, well, when those two astronomers said, well, actually, the Earth goes around the sun and not the other way around. And I guess what the Catholic Church was afraid of was that, well, if we admit that we were wrong about that, people are just going to ask what else we were wrong about, and that would be the end of us. So, they won't admit mistakes. But what I think is great about Judaism, Jacob, is that Jews make a point of tshuva, don't they? It even becomes a 4-stage process of cessation, confession, resolution, and I keep forgetting.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, it's about admitting mistakes. A Day of Atonement is about admitting mistakes. Tshuva is
repentance.
yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, I agree with you. I think the Jewish way of repentance is the best way. But yeah,
Well, you have made a religion out of it, and it's a 4-stage thing as well, which is what's so great. It's not like, well, I made a mistake. I hope nobody noticed, right? Which is what most people would do. It's like, I made a mistake, and you look around. Maybe nobody saw me trip up, and well, you don't really learn from it. So you kind of have to resolve not to do it again, and then confess that you made that mistake.
So-
you cease to do it. You confess it. You resolve not to do it again, and you what's a word?
Make amends.
Yeah, make amends. That's right.
Sounds like
So it's a
alcoholics.
thing.
so
Well, what Christianity is about doubling down and pretending it never happened.
So Upcycle actually explains what I think Claire is doing. Absurdist comedy, keeping us company, and Gavin says either trolling and or arrogance. I actually don't think Claire is arrogant. I think she is a very competent postmodern artist.
You
That's
do
cool.
like creating these fantasies of people, but I don't like.
See,
Go ahead, Jason.
a lot of people dismiss Claire as crazy or stupid. Claire's not crazy. Claire's not stupid. The question is, what's Claire doing? And I think what Claire is doing is deliberately inciting opposition to certain ideas she doesn't like.
Like what?
Like secularity and Islam.
I don't know what you mean. Why would I? I mean, I'm just sort of doing the things that Jews should be doing, like teaching the Gentiles about idolatry, and and it's like all these Jews for so many centuries, they never said a word to those Christians about their idolatry and blasphemy, and that's another reason why these rabbis won't do what I ask them to do, which is to rank the 4 Gentile religions. And when they rank it properly, they will find that Islam is the most no-hide and Christianity is least no-hide.
I think you're just trying to provoke.
You don't? Do you think that your position on Islam versus, let's say, Christianity or Judaism is a product of where you grew up in Malaysia, being an Islam-dominated country?
No,
In other words, your presuppositions are molded by the place where you were born.
Not at all, because I left. I left Malaysia when I was in my teens, and I never really took an interest in religion until the last. Well, until I suppose I've always been interested in politics. I think I read the Quran in 2006.
So the
And then
position,
realized-
your upbringing, parents, etc., were not believers in Islam.
No, I don't have a single Muslim in my entire extended family.
So you weren't confronted with that in your adolescence.
No.
That wasn't your world. So what is your worldview?
My worldview is, okay, my intention is to solve problems. And I see that there is a problem of, the breakdown of law and order, more crazier, stupider, more corrupt politicians who are passing crazier and crazier laws. And nobody seems able to stop it.
Were you born male or female?
Female.
Okay. I don't know.
Claire
man.
actually has a daughter. She doesn't
I
talk
don't-
about her daughter very much, but she does have a daughter. We know.
I was just asking because I don't know. Like, this is what's so weird about the internet. So your presence is probably good for probably a lot of reasons. One reason I could see it's good just to, be able to talk about different things. So who do you trust? And we're on the damn internet, for crying out loud. And so I'm sorry if it's an offensive question. I had to ask because like I don't
Did
know
I
what the
seem
hell.
very male to you?
I don't know. Well, you there's a androgynous quality to the way that you look, and that's not. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just
I
something.
mean, the
noticed.
way you're dressed is very androgynous.
Well, I was dressed better for dinner earlier, but you come back, you put your hoodie on.
She's
Yeah,
just
I
a
wasn't
big
trying
Ted
to be rude.
Kaczynski fan. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, Kaczynski, man. Have you read his manifesto?
Yeah,
I mean,
a little bit, not front to back, but I'm aware
Right.
of some of it, technological issues he has. But it's interesting. So I mean, this is interesting. So what is your ultimate foundation then, Claire? Is it the Quran? Because you're not a Muslim, right?
I'm saying that there's obviously a problem if you don't have a religion, because all societies have a religion, or they claim to have a moral system, and even atheist China says, we are Marxists, we follow socialism with Chinese characteristics. They kind of tidy it up and make it official. Like, obviously, we can't just say, we don't believe in anything. We just, make up the laws as, when we feel like it. And
Right, but in your case, how do you determine what is moral?
By reference to scripture.
Reference to scripture, so you believe it's holy special revelation. So you have a revelational epistemology.
No, it's just sort of more authoritative. So I would refer to the scripture that I most agree with.
But why do you agree with it?
Because it seems fair enough.
According to you, but it's not divine in your case, or is it?
Well, if I'm relying on the Noahide laws and the Quran, it's pretty much divine, isn't it?
Well, that's some question for you. To have an ultimate epistemology, you'd have to assert there's some ultimate claim or foundation from which all of your moral claims rest upon.
Okay.
Unless you're,
I'm referring to a higher authority.
Guys, one thing. Mark's navigating patterns starts at the top of the hour, and you are more than welcome to switch on over to his. I am going to stop broadcasting on. In fact, I'm probably going to stop broadcasting in a few minutes. And if people want to get involved with Mark's thing, I'm not going to broadcast at the same time that he's live streaming. So
who's this guy?
Mark Lefebvre.
Yeah,
you've talked with him before.
Oh yeah.
So I have one question before I go, because I'm going to get off here. What do you think? What would you characterize your greatest idol? The thing that you would fall prey to in idolatry? You personally.
Well, actually, this was a question that came up recently when I was talking about hidden idolatry, and I said, well, if I'm wrong about secular Quranism being the thing, then I guess my idol would be secular Quranism. My conceptual idol would be secular Quranism.
This seems to be a very shaky foundation of epistemology.
Okay, Claire, if you would like to have the last word before we end the broadcast, I will let you have the last word.
I don't see how it is shaky to rely on the Noahide laws and the Quran, and as well as the Torah. I think I've got a foot on each of the legs of the tripod.
I am going to end the broadcast. Have a good Shabbat.